Oh my god, I can't take us seriously. This is what we're gonna do when we stream. It's gonna be Zabantic. So yeah, you guys cleared out the Shrine of Savras. Edgar had his very enlightening moment with his deity, and he was able to discover exactly who his deity was. That was like kind of giving him the power to do the things he does. And now let me drop the owlbear rodeo. I don't think I did. So if you check the owlbear rodeo, you guys are over to the right, over at the Shrine of Savras. You've pretty much done everything in this area that you can now. I think we're talking about going to Dragon Barrow next, and it's going to be quite the journey. I mean, it's pretty far. It's probably going to be like a 5 journey trip between Shrine of Savras and Dragon Barrow. So we can definitely get on the road. If you guys want to stop at like Phandalin or anything in between, we can do that. It's kind of an open map at this point.
Where is Dragon Barrow?
If you look on the screen.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah,
Yeah, I see it on here.
You should probably share your screen, Ronnie, if you're going to be recording this to post it online. Might as well have context, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Share
the owlbear. That way it's just part of the recording.
Can somebody else
I can
do
share,
it?
but just enable it. I can't share right now.
Oh, okay. Just because like, yeah, when we get to battle maps and stuff, there's stuff that like I can't have you see.
Okay.
But yeah, totally. I didn't realize it wasn't enabled for other people. You should be able to do it now. Yeah, so let's go over there you go.
Yeah, I was saying like let's go from here where we're at through the forest to Dragon Barrow.
That would significantly cut off that would like significantly like probably cut the trip in half. However, because you guys are going through the forest, you guys will have to make some survival checks to make sure you
I'm also extremely effective in the forest. If that'll matter.
Probably just you, but yeah, it does matter.
Well, okay, so it says when I have a favorite terrain, my proficiency is doubled when I do things related to it. While traveling for an hour or more in your chosen terrain, difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travels, your group doesn't become lost, you remain alert to danger even when you are engaged in another activity, and we can move stealthily at a normal pace. I get more food. I can track any animals, any creatures. I know exactly how many there are, how big they are, and how long ago they passed through. So I'm very effective in the forest.
And
so
as far as me,
that would be my preferred method of travel for Vox, is I always want to be in the forest.
After that laundry list of stuff, my guy also, as being Uthgard tribe member, is familiar enough with any wilderness area that I would find twice as much food and water when I forage.
Very cool. That's actually, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Depending on how the group does, it might actually be beneficial to go through the forest.
Yeah, I mean, we can do some hunting along the way. We can move stealthily, quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So I say we cut across and probably hit. Is there anything at the loggers camp, or is that just marked on here for future?
Yeah. So I was gonna say you guys have heard a cool. You guys have heard Harbin Wester Jr. Asked you guys to save his brother, who could be found at the loggers camp there. So that's where the loggers camp is. If you guys want to get up there eventually, that's where that quest would be. You guys have also heard rumors of fuck, what did I tell
The
you guys?
grumpy druid.
You guys have heard rumors of
I
the grumpy druid up in Thunder Tree.
Yeah, I say we hit Thunder Tree.
Let's do the loggers camp on the way over though.
The loggers camp, I feel like is probably going to be really involved. His brother needs. What did he say exactly?
We need to bring him back, so it's technically an escort, right?
That's true. He wanted us to bring him back. You're right.
Well, then we should hit that last.
Yeah.
And then what I'm thinking about is what we have at the moment, and we have a pretty, I'd say it's a pretty hefty bell made out of gold.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you guys do have the bell on you. Yeah, correct. Good job.
So that might be,
Should we
It
dump
wasn't
it
too
off
bad
at
though, wasn't
Butter
it?
Skull Ranch?
It was like a 50-pound bell, right? It's not hard for us to move that.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's on the cart, but I don't want it to be stolen from us. So we have to find a place to either sell it, melt it at some point.
Well, we can give it to Big Al at Butter Skull.
Do you think he'd be a buyer?
Well, we could donate it to the arms that we're gonna need for the dragon, right?
Do a trade?
Well, he's been on our side the whole time.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
I'm trying to make money off of this bell. But if, you know, if we can get something else out of it, then yeah, but not for freezies. Not like, here's a donation. No.
We can ask him to just keep it for us.
Jinx is opposed to charity, even though she owns a orphanage.
Hey, unless it's for my babies. No.
Ronnie, how cumbersome is it to move this thing around? I mean, is it something we could just freely carry with no repercussions, or would there be something?
Don't you have a bag of holding?
I do.
So why don't you put it in
We
there?
can just stuff it in there, and we're fine.
Yeah.
Call it a
Mary
day.
Poppins bag.
Can we try it? See what happens.
Yeah.
I'm down.
So I grabbed I can probably lift the bell myself. Well, I don't know. I'm weak as
50
shit,
pounds?
but
Yeah.
we put the bell in the bag of holding, Ronnie.
Cool. And I think you can actually physically do that in D&D Beyond now. Like you can put things.
Yeah,
like-
I didn't bother with it because it doesn't change my encumbrance or my weight capacity. It just continues
it
to show
would.
that I'm overweight.
It would for the bag of holding because it's like weightless in there.
It doesn't apply it. I don't know why. You can look at my
Oh,
thing if
okay.
you want.
No, that's okay. I believe you. I
I
just
have like all of my heaviest stuff in there, and it's still showing. And anytime I add something to the bag of holding, it doesn't change my weight.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah, because like I don't know, I'm not a character, so like I haven't really played around with that mechanic too much. Because like as a DM, like I
Yeah.
never need to put anything in my backpack, you know. So it's like I haven't really.
Oh
played
yeah,
around.
and how much time has passed since we've left the what's it called, temple?
I was gonna kind of leave that up to you guys. Like I didn't want to assume that we were already like on the road or something. I mean, we can get started, but I was gonna kind of leave that up to you guys to decide.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could either do like because I was thinking maybe we could do a long rest at the temple and then head out.
Absolutely, you guys would have a long rest for sure.
Mm,
All right. So then, should we just head out to Thunder Tree then?
Sure. I mean, whatever you guys want to go first.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
asking the group.
Through the
I'm-
forest, right?
yeah, that's
Through the
what I was
forest.
gonna
Yeah,
ask.
we head straight through.
I'm down for that. If you guys need a sentry or somebody just to keep a lookout at later times in the day, that I'm down for that.
Yeah. All right. That's what we do.
Nice.
So we're gonna move through the forest stealthily, but apparently our speed is not affected.
Um, okay, cool. So let's go ahead and give you guys all a long rest. You can say that you guys were able to rest at the shrine, knowing that you had cleared out the, all the orcs and whatnot. And just as a quick flavor, I guess, when you guys are in the shrine, you guys notice that there are a lot of rat droppings. And there's a lot of evidence that rats or something rat-like lived here at one point.
Hope it's not the were rats.
Well, if you would have talked to them civilly, you would have found out that this is where they're from. But whatever.
Yo, I tried. Okay. Don't forget.
Yeah. So you guys are go ahead and do a long rest for all of you that need it. I guess you guys should all do it anyway, just in case. But and you guys have decided. If you guys have decided, that we're going to Thunder Tree, then let's go to Thunder Tree.
Yeah.
Would we have would we have had at least one dusk pass by?
Well, yeah. I mean, we'll say that by the time you're done with the Shrine of Savras, it was kind of later in the afternoon, getting close to evening. So we can definitely say that dusk is.
And just so, and I ask because my spider staff can replenish its charges
Cool.
upon
Yeah.
dusk.
Yeah. So after dusk, you would have had the benefit of a long rest. You guys could have set up a campfire and Julio, or Gon, I should say, as you are sitting around the campfire, you're kind of just polishing, I guess, the staff, and you hear that voice that is familiar to you, and it says, "Beware of the forest, Gon. There's a lot of evil lurking in those woods. I think there is a lot for us to gain and learn from by going in there, but you must be on guard. It's not as easy as it sounds. Trust your friends, but be careful."
And as that voice comes in and I listen to it, I'll immediately stop what I'm doing, get up, and just announce to the group, all right, I'm gonna go take a first watch.
Okay, cool. And then is there anything you guys as characters wanted to discuss around the campfire?
Can't hear you.
Is there anything? Oh, sorry.
No, that's Francine. Sorry, she's talking.
I know I wasn't looking at Zoom, sorry.
I want to craft. I want to turn my quarterstaff into I want to spend time polishing it, but writing runes and stuff into it, and just turning it into my arcane firearm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see Zabantic carving in the runes and making her staff all fancy. I'm like, ooh, what a fancy Zabanza
The band.
I laugh and then I'm just
Ew.
running around her calling the bands. And
And
then
I'm just trying to focus.
and I climb up on a tree and sleep there above everybody. And I look down at everyone else as you peasants, but I don't say it, but just my eyes the way, because I'm on top higher than everybody else. And then I go to sleep.
And I'm gonna have my mage hand on helping Zabantic, although it's just really getting in the way. But it's just constantly trying to grab the staff and maybe trying to
hitting the little pencil or whatever.
Yeah. And that's how I'll pass my time, basically annoying her.
Lovely.
Like, it takes
line.
me way longer to do what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah. Cool. And so, Julio, as you are taking first watch, it's a very quiet night, and it's the first night in a while that you're able to kind of just like relax. Like everything has been so tense lately, with all the going ons around Phandalin and with the dragon, and all the shit that you guys have been dealing with, and you get you get that sense of relief where you're just like, it's like, it's a summer night, the stars are out, you hear the crackling of the fire, and like everything's just like right in the world for the first time in a long
Hmm.
time. And yeah, it's an uneventful watch. Nothing attacks you guys. You guys are perfectly safe. Is there anything else you guys want to do before we head out and into the forest?
Nope.
Not for me.
Negatron.
Megatron?
Negatron, but yes.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck does Megatron have to do with this? Cool. So yeah, morning comes up, you guys wake up just fine. What are we doing, guys? Where are we going?
Heading through. We're gonna move through the forest stealthily at a normal
Alright.
pace.
So you guys,
While we're moving through, I'm gonna try to hunt, forage, try to find us some food, whatever I can look around for as we're moving, without
Yeah.
slowing us down too much.
yeah.
So,
I'll
Go
do
ahead.
the same to help them out.
as we're moving forward, I'd like to, since my speed is faster than the rest, I'd like to go a little further in front than everybody else and be on trees as I do this, and just, scout and look around, making sure that it looks safe, to warn them if I see anything or any creatures in our path.
Cool. So Cynthia, let's start off by having you give me a nature check.
Nature check, okay. Nature.
Or actually, I'm sorry, a survival check.
Okay. Well, I did a nature check, but I'll do a survival.
What's the roll?
Nature check was 16, survival is 12.
Okay, so I'll give you the 16. So yeah, you're able to jump from tree to tree. You're very agile. You're a cat. You have you're very dexterous, and you're able to kind of do exactly that successfully. You are able to kind of scout ahead a little bit, but still be aware of where the rest of the party is.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're able to do that well. Now, Dave, since you are imagine leading. I need a survival check from you with advantage because you are in your preferred terrain.
Right.
And this will just kind of determine like how successfully you are able to like navigate your way through this like dense forest, and it being that it is your natural or preferred, terrain, like you're very proficient in a forest. So you get you double your bonus and you roll with advantage. So what's your
Yeah,
proficiency
so
bonus?
my proficiency bonus is
It's on your character
3
screen.
plus 3.
Cool. So
I
whatever you roll,
yeah.
add a +3 to that because that would be double your proficiency bonus.
Okay, cool. All right, so I got a 26, and having been in these woods, I think more than once now, I know the area. Like I kind of recognize where we've been through before. There may be very subtle little twigs that I've snapped along the way and just kind of kept track of where we've been before.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got a 26.
Perfect. All right, Tom, I'll need you to make me a perception check with advantage, please.
$21.
21, perfect. So as you guys are like trudging along, Cynthia's kind of scouting ahead, and Dave's kind of just navigating the party. And surprisingly, with the cart and everything and the horse, you guys are able to find a path that makes it through the forest for the most part pretty well. Ragongar is very much so like on alert and just kind of like keeping his ear to the ground, making sure that there's nothing approaching you or watching you. You guys are all just kind of working in tandem to navigate through this forest very successfully. As you go, you hear just the like bird calls of just birds you haven't quite heard before out in the open, and the forest is very dense. It's very shady. There's lots of shade, but you guys can see just fine. The sun is still rising. It's still kind of morning-ish. But it being that, the forest is very active and alive. A lot of animals come out like in the early morning to like warm up and get their sun. And so you just see little critters kind of crawling around here and there. And, birds are just singing and chirping and squawking and doing all the things that birds do. And despite, all the natural distractions, you guys are successful and able to navigate. The further you go in, you notice that it starts to get a little bit foggy. The air gets really cold and moist, and your visibility in the forest is a little bit harder. So going further, the DC checks are going to be a little bit harder, but being that it's your favorite terrain, I honestly don't really see it being an issue. But it is getting a little bit harder to see, and communication is going to be very key in staying together as a party. So you guys are traveling for what seems like a few hours, and Dave, give me another survival check with advantage +3.
It's going to be a 25.
Perfect. Yeah. Despite the fog, you know exactly where you are, and you're just so tuned into everything, with the forest and everything. Like, you are completely fine in this environment, and everyone else is kind of a little bit anxious, I would say, just because it is kind of a treacherous and very dense place. But Dave is able to maintain his bearing on, like, north, south, east, and west. And as you go, Gon, I need you to give me a perception check at disadvantage.
That is a 5.
5. So you are kind of just on high alert because there are twigs being snapped all around you. There is this cacophony of just bird caws and hoots and like whistles and you're
And can we hear the bird calls and whistles and hoots?
yeah, absolutely, everybody can.
No, like, can I get a
Oh.
representation?
No.
Get on camera, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cynthia, are you still scouting ahead?
Yes, this entire time I want to be doing that until we stop, or until there's something that I need to warn them about.
Okay. Give me another perception check.
Perception?
Flat perception, yeah.
Okay. 16.
16?
Yes.
Oh, good job. So yeah, so despite the fog and everything and the loud noises, you're able to kind of maintain your bearing as well, doing well to stay near enough to Dave that you can kind of like pick up on all his like little signals and any like instruction he might have for you. You maintain your space well, and you can you're successful at scouting ahead. You start to notice that as you go a little bit further and further, you're seeing less and less wildlife. Although the sounds haven't changed.
Interesting. Okay.
Just-
So
just
I
we
just
still-
perk up my
what is
ears
the-
and I'm, you know, more alert.
Mhm. What was that, Dave?
What did you mean by that? So we still hear the sounds, like all the
Like, in the
sounds of
beginning,
animals and stuff.
Yeah, so like as you guys entered the forest, it was still very much, like you would see squirrels and like little lizards and birds kind of flying around and things like that. You're starting to notice less of them, but the forest, the sounds of the forest are still there. You're just not seeing as many squirrels and critters and lizards and snakes or whatever it might be as you were, a few hours ago, because you guys have been traveling through this forest for about 5 hours, I would say. So the sun is very high in the sky, and
Do I know the reason? Do I know why there are less animals?
no,
Okay.
That usually would remind me that, I'm assuming that less animals, less creatures means predator or some kind of
Yeah,
danger.
when I see less animals, less just kind of everything, that's usually a sign of some kind of danger, right? I'm gonna like slow the group down a little bit, and we're gonna proceed a little more cautiously.
Okay.
And I'm like hyper vigilant now, like realizing that there aren't a lot of animals. I'm looking way more carefully at everything.
What does the treetop look like? Like, is it very thick forest, denser than before?
yeah. So it's a very dense forest. The treetop, there's a lot of like pine trees, so it's not like jungle. I don't want you to think it's like jungle, but imagine like being up in Idlewild and all just like the pine trees being like super dense and close together.
Can we see the sky? I guess that's kind of what I meant. Like,
You see cracks of the sky. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not so like overly dense that you can't see the sky or anything like that, but it is a very dense. God, I feel like I've said dense 1,000 times.
you're
That dense.
Fucker.
There's a
It's a
shitload
very
of trees.
thick. Yeah, it's a very thick area of forest that you're in, and the trees are still very close together, so much so that Cynthia is able to, or I should say Jinx is able to jump from tree to tree, branch to branch, like Naruto style, just as easily as traversing on the ground, because she's very nimble.
And I do it with my hands flying behind me, just to be even stealthier, faster.
I think I'm gonna like completely help the group, right? I'm like, wait, guys, wait. There might be something here.
Wait.
This isn't normal.
What do you mean something?
Well, there's something going on here. No, and I start to point out the differences, with the less animals, just knowing that whenever there's like this kind of, I wouldn't say quietness, but whenever there's like this absence of life, really, something's here. We may want to just draw it out and ambush it.
Ronnie, have I studied anything about this Neverwinter Wood before, or I'm like very well traveled, so I
Yes,
usually
absolutely. So give me a
inform
history
myself.
check.
Okay.
Well traveled
26.
turtle.
What'd you get?
26.
Very well
Ah.
traveled turtle.
Okay. Zabantik, that these woods are rumored to be very magical and haunted. There have been a lot of strange happenings inside these forests. There are rumors that the forest itself is alive, and people have gone missing for days at a time and never come out and have never been seen again. And this forest is very it's almost like an urban legend of sorts. It's just been so ingrained in these like rumors and stuff for these last 100 years that it's kind of yeah, it's very magical in nature is what the rumors are.
Okay.
Give me one second, guys. I have to answer a phone call.
Okay.
So I want to, as we're walking through, I'm kind of like trying to remember something. And then I go, oh, I remember now. I'm like, oh yeah, we're walking through a haunted forest.
Oh
And
shit.
then I go,
Uh,
people have gone
Yeah.
missing.
hmm.
And I mentioned that
Hey, give
it's
me like
supposed that
10 minutes. I have to go help Emma with the groceries real quick.
okay. All right.
BRB.
Anyway, so I just say that it's the wood itself is rumored to be alive. And that's it. We gotta wait for Ronnie.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to set up an ambush.
And I was just gonna say, I like the look of these woods.
Set up an ambush for ghosts? The fuck?
Well, I think I'm gonna ask him if like I'm gonna touch the trees and stuff and see if and try to detect magic or something. I think I'm gonna do detect magic. I can do it ritualistically, so I don't take up a.
I
Stuff
want to
like-
look at the trees and do that thing that cats do when they're like looking at birds out the window. They're like, you know that weird noise they make? Have you
Yeah,
ever
the
heard them like
chittering?
cackle? Chittering. Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Luna does that sometimes. She's
My
like,
cat does that too. They like shake their little jaws. It's funny.
mhm.
I've been messing with my camera because it didn't want to turn on for some reason. I still don't know why, but I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and it seems to be working now.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow, Rams are killing it.
Killing it.
23-0.
I'm about to be 24.
What have you guys been playing?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Far Cry 6. We just started actually playing
Borderlands.
Borderlands 2 with Cynthia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is it your first time? Yeah.
Yeah. It's been fun.
Nice.
But we
Yeah.
only got one night, but yeah, planning to continue to do so. I'm also almost done with Little Nightmares. That's pretty
Mhm.
creepy but fun. How about yourself? You almost done with that fucking
Visage
creepy?
game? No.
Yeah.
I stopped playing after the night I streamed it because I actually did end up hurting my shoulder. So I just
no way.
never picked it up again after that day. But honestly, I've just been right now is the downtime whether I pick up a game or not for like a little while, like to grind.
Mhm.
So I'm like looking at all the MMOs right now, and everybody's like playing New World, but I got an
Yeah.
itch to go back to play WoW, but I don't want to because I know exactly what.
What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Consume your life.
Yeah, I know the feeling, man. On my main character, I had like 370 days played, and that's playtime. That's like not,
Yeah.
real life.
Yeah. Right.
So that's like 24-hour time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, I've wasted an entire year if I wasn't sleeping or eating or doing anything playing this game. And that's just the one character. That's not even,
Yeah.
all the other ones I had.
Yeah, exactly.
Consumes your life for sure. We were playing
What's-
Final Fantasy for a while.
Yeah, true. What server were you on, Julio?
I was on Frost Wolf.
Mm,
And then after that, it pretty much just like everybody stopped playing who I was playing with. So I
I know
ended up
the
switching on like so I just ended up switching to like one of the more popular servers. I think it was like Area 52 was what it was called, and then after that I was
Really?
like, oh yeah. And then I played Classic, and that was I got what I was looking for out of that. But yeah, I played Final Fantasy 14 for a little bit too. Didn't get too far just because anytime I was like trying to play it, it was like, all right, trying to play some Final Fantasy. All right, let me focus on what the dialogue and the cinematics are doing. And most of the time I was trying to play something while also watching something on my second monitor. So with Final Fantasy 14, it was a little bit tough to do something like that. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's just harder to do so the older you get because everybody's timings, like if you play with people or
Yeah.
just trying to be consistent, and it is a subscription. So that's the only thing.
What are you playing in Borderlands? What character?
I'm a siren. Dave
I'm
is a
playing the Commando, I think.
commando.
My main one was a Siren, though. I had a Siren and a Necromancer. And then in Borderlands 3, I have a couple too. And I told Cynthia and kind of the whole group we were playing with, I was like, if you guys like it, let's just all play the third one because it's way better. But
Yeah.
it's significantly more expensive because 2 was like everybody already had it. For
Yeah, we
some
already
reason.
had it.
Yeah,
So,
that's
you
Just
know,
never
it's
played it
like,
together.
if you get it on sale, it's like $5 or whatever, right? But
mm-hmm.
yeah, so I knew that one was low cost, and if you like that one, you'll like the third one. If you don't like that, you won't like the third one. So
Yeah, I
pretty
actually
much
wouldn't
that's
mind
what.
getting the third one. You and Francine already have it, right?
I don't own it. No.
Oh, you don't own it. Yeah, I like the style and look of it, and it's still an FPS. So I do enjoy that.
Yeah, the third one is way cooler. So,
Francine
like I
is a
told you,
necromancer or whatever.
as soon as you decide you
Necro.
like it, let's play the third one because you'll like the third one even way better. And the third one you can actually slide in, Cynthia.
I want to slide every time I run. I'm so used to sliding from Apex
I
and
know.
Call of Duty. I need to be
Yeah.
like sliding everywhere.
Yeah, same here. It's fucking it's an FPS, modern FPS. You gotta have sliding in it.
If not, I feel like you're not even running. What is it? You're not even doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and on Borderlands 3, I played the robot dude.
Oh yeah.
I forgot what his name is, but
So wait, the girl that has a robot or the true
that
robot, the
the
assassin
the
guy,
act, yeah, the
Rabbit.
actual robot, yeah.
the assassin dude. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember playing that guy at the beginning of the game, and I guess there was like a glitch where if you went invisible as him and then you use one of like the broken grenades, the big thing about him is that when he goes invisible, he does like his damage multiplies like times 4 or something like that.
Oh damn.
So you just throw like this broken grenade that would bounce, explode into small little like clusters of itself, and then keep doing that over and over again.
Yeah.
So all you had to do is like go invisible as that character,
And that's
throw a bunch of
massive
fucking
AoE.
grenades, and then just
Yeah.
you could literally one-shot bosses with that.
How about Cancun juice?
What?
Just send me the
Tom,
menu.
I'm gonna order delivery. Do you want anything? I'll send you the thing.
I was like, Cancun juice? The fuck is that in Borderlands?
New character.
Yeah. It's like, that's some juice you drink?
It's in the Zoom chat.
No, I'm fine. I still have leftovers from yesterday.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
God damn it. Eddie's watching Naruto without me.
Is he eating ramen with his legs crossed?
No, but I'll get him there. Get him there.
Yeah, he doesn't like ramen, Julio.
He
Really?
does actually. He doesn't like sushi.
Mm.
Horrible.
He's anti-chopstick.
And I chopstick. Yeah. I just bought some like legitimate chopsticks too, so fuck it. We have them here.
Actually,
I found this cool Asian market here, but I think I already told you guys with like a plethora of ramen, any ramen you can possibly
Oh
think
yeah,
of.
I saw your
Heaven.
picture. It's pretty cool.
Yes.
some
Sorry, Julio.
fried. What is it called? The fried squid snacks.
Calamari?
I think so. Or you know how they have chips, but it's like
Oh, yeah.
squid, but they're fried and they're in chip bags.
So they did have all kinds of chips, but I had no idea what they were. So that's
Mm.
probably in there as well.
Yeah. Ronnie, what's the
De
the
plátanos
squid, fried
fritos.
squid? Yeah. The
Calamari.
Asian markets have.
I believe I'm getting
Oh.
that shit.
You're
Are you guys-
muted, Ronnie.
Am I?
No,
No.
you're fine.
What are you guys getting? Squid?
Talking
No.
about the squid chip bag
Squid
snacks at the
chips.
Asian markets.
I don't think I've ever had those.
Really?
Squid chips? No.
It's like pieces of fried like seafoods. And
Taco
they're like
chips?
a
I'd
maybe.
totally try it.
Octopus flavored?
Yeah, I think so.
Yummy. Have you had the octopus
Maybe it's not
balls?
squid then.
Those are delicious.
Oh, dude, I love the
No, I haven't.
takoyaki.
That's
yeah,
what they're called. Yeah,
takoyaki.
yeah.
Takoyaki, yeah, I love takoyaki. That shit's
I-
fucking fire.
They were so good at that one ramen place we went to out of Universal.
Yeah, dude, that
So
was super good.
freaking
I love
good.
takoyaki. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys notice that the forest is getting a lot. The fog is getting a lot thicker.
I think
The-
Francine was gonna ask something as well of
Oh,
the
okay.
forest.
Yeah, she was asking about the like history kind of the forest and what she would know about it, and
Right, I shared that with everybody. But I would like to ritualistically cast detect magic.
oh, okay.
Ritualistically.
So I
Um,
take my time and I'm like, nya, 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 with the broom. Nya, 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 nya.
I have a hard time containing my laughter, honestly.
Yeah,
I see
please
you
do
doing it,
that
I'm like,
again. It's not working right away.
Nya, 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 nya.
I imagine her trying to like start a fucking like
Lawnmower.
Yeah.
lawnmower.
And then Gon comes out in the at the back with his spider staff, and he's like, whoop, 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 whoop.
That sounds like, what's his
I love
name?
that.
Yeah, fucking
Zoidberg.
It's Zoidberg, yes.
For sure.
So Francine, you detect magic all around you. You are unable to hone in on anything specifically, but you are very aware that the forest does seem to be magical in nature.
In nature. Sorry.
Oh,
Stupid.
yeah.
Fun day.
And if you were in a
Sunday.
tent, it would be intense.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Do you guys hear the music at all?
Yeah.
I hear cawing.
Oh no, let
Calling.
me turn that up.
That's from Owlbear, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't hear anything though.
You have
Oh,
to
yeah,
turn
I
it
hear
up
it.
in
I
Owlbear's.
hear it.
I hear it. Yeah.
It's
there.
Maybe
Robbie
put something better on.
freaking out back there.
Oh, I like this one.
I hear it now. There we go. You have to turn it up because it is lower than other music usually is.
Damn, I have it
Okay.
like pretty low, and it's still pretty good volume.
Yeah.
That's
me
weird
too.
how we're all so varied.
Okay, so
Wait, hold on. I detect magic all around me, but what kind of magic is it? Like, is it dark magic? Is it just like magical, like fairy magic? Do I know?
It's just there's no particular like school of magic associated with what you're feeling.
But does
It's
it make
just
me feel
arca-
icky?
It's just arcane in nature, and yeah, it makes you
Okay.
feel icky. Like it makes you feel like you're very much aware that you guys are in it, if that makes sense. You know, you're not it's not like I said, it's nothing that you can pinpoint. It's just kind of all around, and you feel very icky. Like you are very aware that like this fog is there's a little bit more to it, you know, and that the noises of the forest might have a little bit more like behind them, you know. So you're
Okay.
just kind of very like on edge at this point.
So I want to like retract a little bit into my shell. So I'm just like
Okay.
as I'm walking.
My back
All right,
arch
important
arcs
question.
up.
Important
a bit.
question. Is the Ventic wearing pants?
Oh,
That's a question for Zabantic. I don't know.
I know.
Vantic,
I know.
the Vantic is wearing pants.
All right, great.
I imagine she's not actually wearing pants. It's just a belt. Makes it look like she's wearing pants, like the
like
Ninja
Ninja
Turtles.
Turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you like describe again what Zaventic looks like a little bit for me?
Sure. Zabantic is tall, 6 feet tall, 450 pounds,
Jesus.
with like a green shell and like green skin,
Yeah.
and usually has a pipe and kind of mean looking, but like in like an in like as soon as I crack a smile, it's like, ah, that's a cool like funny person, you know, like mean looking until I smile,
Oh, you
but I
have like
smile
a
often.
resting bitch face.
But what
Okay.
kind of stuff are you wearing? Are you wearing anything, or are you just turtle
Bro,
ass?
You still
Zaventic?
have your little
hold on.
hat?
First of all, keep that in the DMs, bro. Like I don't want to hear that. fucking
What are you wearing?
shit, like tons. But you and fucking Zabantic do in your private time is your own time. I'm just kidding.
Just trying to get some of that turtle
What are you,
love.
what are you
Oh, God.
wearing? When was the last time you waxed
Do you
that
have
shell,
pants
baby?
on?
Looking extra shiny today.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
So where are we in this forest?
But so are you not wearing clothes? Because I'm just trying to get a visual.
Okay, I'm wearing like a tunic and yeah, some pants,
Okay.
like
so
brown pants.
Yeah, since you guys are, and if you guys look at Albert Rodeo, I'll put kind of where you are on the map. Since you guys are going to Thunder Tree, you're gonna
Screen
cut through
share the map, guys.
a lot more. It's on the Albert Rodeo.
Oh, I will. Just one
right.
second. I'm picking my food.
No worries.
It's gonna take you a lot longer to get through the. There's like more forest for you to kind of traverse through. So I would say you guys are about like here on that red.
Oh,
If you can see that.
we're early in. We're not far at all.
Yeah, like I said, it's
We
only
just
been
started.
about like 5 hours or so of traversing through. So
Okay.
it's gonna take you like several days to get through the forest. Like I said, normally from where you were to if you're taking the regular roads, it was gonna be like a 5-trip journey. Cutting through the forest is gonna cut it down to about 3 days. But you know, all the skill checks and stuff are gonna be involved. So
I see a Ronnie's triangle coming up instead of Bermuda.
Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah.
So what are we doing about this magical presence?
I don't know if there's much we can do at this point. We don't know exactly the full nature of it. We just know that it's magical as fuck in here, and it's like icky and creepy feeling. So we're just alert. I'm still ahead of you guys, and you're still leading the group. We are all aware, and we are more alert. We all feel this ickiness, but I think there's nothing we can do but just continue.
And I'm gonna turn to Gon and say, "Oh, unholy one, what do you feel?"
And I'll be taken aback a bit and be like, this is
so funny.
and then I'll like snap back in and be like, yeah, this place is yeah, this reminds me kind of like home. It's not it's not good or bad. It just is. It exists. it gives you the feeling that things are dire yet not. And then I just walk away, give no other explanation.
Nice.
I'm gonna turn to everyone else and say, see?
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 So should we try to set any kind of ambush if there is
For
something here?
what?
Well, I mean, are we still we're still moving, right? That's
Let's-
what,
Yeah, I
let's
think we
trudge
should just keep
along.
moving.
I mean, we can Gon is definitely keeping a lookout on top of everybody else who is currently, moving through. So I say we keep going. Just I think we have more than enough people keeping a lookout. I don't know exactly how we would plan an ambush or how an ambush would be planned on us.
Yeah, I don't know if we know enough of what even type of ambush we need. So
I mean, short of building a fort here in the middle of the forest, what are we gonna do, right? Find a cave and huddle in it, like,
Yeah, but we
What?
don't even
Yeah.
know what we're waiting for.
yeah, let's
so we
just
might as
keep
well
going. And
moving.
then once we get more signs of what we might be besides rat poop, we don't know anything else.
There's no rat poop here. That was at the shrine. That was like a day ago.
yeah, that was Savarus. Savarus
Yeah, that
is
was-
Still
apparently
thinking
like
about
that.
it though.
That was so 24 hours ago.
Oh my god, so it's 24 hours again. Sorry.
Ronnie, the one thing I would like to do is as we're walking through, my vision of the forest is that it has its dark shadows because of the trees and all that
Uh-huh.
nature of the forest. Can I, at least can I use in this one instance use my devil sight to see if I can see anything within
Absolutely.
these shadows?
Yeah, absolutely. So because you have Devil Sight, you are able to see through any magical, like any sort of magical effect that would hinder your sight. Your Devil Sight allows you to see through that. And in this instance, you're able to look around and see the forest as if there were no fog at all. So you are completely unhindered by this fog that's kind of enveloping the area, and that you guys are kind of in the thick of it, and so much so to the point where, like, as Zabantic is like using her detect magic, and she's kind of like, oh shit, you can see that she's kind of like, fuck, this is all around us, like something's going on. To you, everything seems fucking normal.
Okay.
So he wouldn't be cautious because he wouldn't notice a difference?
Well,
Kind of, yeah. Like, I mean, he can still choose to be cautious, but to him, everything looks normal. Like, he looks where Jinx, where you see ahead 10 feet in front of you, you see the silhouette of what you think is a tree. He can see the tree
I
just
see.
fine, you know?
More clarity.
got that
Yeah.
2020.
Apparently I'm
Okay.
blind.
So I'll announce to the group and say, I mean, listen, this is kind of the areas where I grew up. I grew up in noble forests. This seems to be okay at the moment, but if you're saying there's something here, then I don't want to give any doubt to that. But for now, everything in our radius seems to be okay. So I'd say we keep moving.
I agree.
Okie dokie.
Cool. Dave, I need you to give me your survival check with advantage +3. Cynthia, I need you to give me a perception check. And
Jinx.
Jinx, sorry. And then Ragongar, I'll need you to give me a perception check with advantage.
Got a 25.
11.
Cool.
22.
Perfect. So Dragongar and Vox are as vigilant as ever, whereas like Cynthia or Jinx, you're starting to you're starting to become a little bit uneasy because of the fog, and because of all the dense moisture in the air. Like, sound is a little bit harder to hear, so you kind of slink back just a little bit. You're not as far ahead as you were before, and you're kind of sticking closer to the party, because it is kind of getting harder to pick up on Vox's cues, because Vox is very much the navigator through this, and so
Okay.
just to play it safe, you kind of hang back closer to the group a little bit. And as you guys go, Zabantik, you start to, for the first time, your like radar is kind of going off, and you start to become aware that there is something very magical, seemingly coming from the north of you.
Very magical, as in, I feel like the presence is getting.
Yeah, like
closer.
you're being drawn to this, because your detect magic lasts for like an hour or something, right?
Yeah.
So because of that, you're honing in on magical thing around you, and because the forest itself is magical, you've been aware of this magical
Oh,
presence
10
in like a
minutes.
10
minutes. It's up to 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, still, I'll say that you guys. I mean, we only really just stopped to ask questions, so you're
Okay.
still very much aware of it. And as you are kind of beginning on your path again, you get the feeling that something to your north is much more magical than just this like kind of dull fog that you've been kind of like accustomed to at this point. You're very much being drawn towards something in the north.
All right, so I'd like to like kind of like shake my head a little bit, and I'm like, you know what? I think we need to go this way, and I'll just start walking that way.
Okay, how loudly do you say that to the other people in
Like
the party?
loudly enough that they'll hear. I say it. I'm not whispering it, but I'm not yelling it either.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of like, I just start like kind of like groggily walking over that way.
Yeah, absolutely. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'll follow, I guess. I don't know where she's going, or else I would lead, but I'll
A little
follow.
bit cautiously.
Yeah, I don't.
Is this how turtles always act in the forest?
Is this what?
How turtles always act in the forest?
That would be a question for Emma. You'd have to bring her in as a guest, DM. How do turtles act in the forest?
Are they suspicious?
Are they suspicious in the forest?
Sure.
She says sure.
Thank you.
There's not a lot known about turtles in the forest, so.
What do you mean?
There aren't turtles in the forest.
No, I said there's not a lot known about.
Oh, there's not a
them.
lot known.
I was gonna say, what forest doesn't have turtles?
Yeah.
Maybe there are some that don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any doubt or any interesting feeling, so I just follow along with the group.
Okay. Give me 1 second while let me see. I gotta figure something out real quick. I didn't plan on you guys being in the forest this early, so I'm trying to like catch up real quick. And so as you guys are like approaching this thing to the north, your like spider senses are getting like heavier and heavier, where like you're like the closer you get to it, the more aware you are of its presence. And yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, give me like 5 minutes real quick. I gotta just figure something out. Ooh,
There's some brain music for you.
there we go. That helps.
Kind of reminds me of like
I actually really like this music. It's nice.
Yeah,
reminds me of like
it's
a
like creepy,
dialogue
but
heavy
like,
scene in an anime.
Creepy, but mystical. Yeah.
it's like creepy but soothing at the same time.
Kind of reminds me of Trine.
Of what?
Trine.
Oh, I
Did you
don't
ever
think I
play
ever played that. No.
Oh, it's such a good game.
What
I
about
don't know. I
trying
don't think they
to?
have. Yeah, trying 3 even. We have.
Yeah.
And
I was
bought
gonna
it,
ask
and I was
Ronnie if
looking-
he'd played all of them.
I was pissed because I bought that game just so Tom, Francine, and I could play, and then I found out you need 2 Joy-Cons per person.
3.
Joy-Cons per person.
3 per
So
person,
we
but you
would-
don't have 3 hands.
We would
Sorry,
need 6
I
Joy-Cons
meant
to
like
play.
full. It's not just the little like switch thing. It has to be a full remote.
A
We
full
could play if you
duel.
ever brought yours though, Cynthia.
Yeah, I have 2 sets.
It's a really cool game.
What is it?
Francine and I played online on the computer.
Trine
It's
3.
called Trine.
Yeah, but what is it?
So there's
a
3
platformer.
interchangeable heroes. There's 3 heroes that everybody can kind of shift through. One of them is just like your basic tank warrior with a shield and a 2-hander. And then the other one is like an archer that swings around and grapples stuff. But the third one is this little mage that can create like objects for you to stand on and jump around on and like move.
Oh, that's cool. It's like a
And you all
cooperative
play,
platformer.
yeah, you all play on the same screen. So it's really cool.
Nice.
It's like Little Big Planet almost.
Oh, that's cool. Little
Aw,
Big Planet was such a fun game.
cute.
Heck yeah, it was. Is.
I never played it because I don't have a PlayStation, but I always was interested to play that game. It looked really cool.
No, it's on Switch.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's on
it's on the
Switch.
Switch.
Oh,
We
I'll play it
played
on
it,
Switch
Cynthia.
then. We did?
When I went over there, we stayed at my parents' house. I got my
Damn.
Switch.
Yeah, actually, I completely forgot about that.
Why don't you like Sony, Cynthia?
Why don't I? No, I love the PS2. I just was Xbox gang after that.
Xbox
What?
game.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is gross. Yeah.
Oh, this is- okay.
But I didn't buy any new consoles this gen. Just this lovely PC.
Well, yeah.
Just lovely PC.
It's lovely PC.
Just so lovely.
So lovely.
Saw
I
this
love my PS5. I'm really happy with it.
I saw this stupid meme where it's like it's just the text British people be like, and then it's just a picture of something with like words. So one of them was British
a
people be
bottle.
like,
Oh.
and it was the case for Halo 3, but
Mhm.
that was it. That it's just the case, but it's like if you think about it in your head, like you can hear it. It's like British people
It's
be like
Halo free.
Halo 3.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that's it. That's the fucking meme. And I
Well,
just
that's pretty
I
funny.
Halo free.
fucking laugh.
Hello,
Hey, so I'm
Frank.
gonna need to go pick up food in a little while, but I can kind of order it whenever. Tell me when it would be a good stopping point, okay? For a break, like a longer break.
Yeah, I'm almost done here. But we can take a break
Yeah,
whenever
that's
you
fine.
guys.
I won't order yet. I won't order yet. I'll order when like we're ready to get to a good stopping point.
Well, what would you guys say? Like, when do you guys want to take a break? Like 12. We can do like 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock. Whatever's
Well,
best
just
for you
order
guys.
it because then I gotta take the dog out soon. You might as well pick up the food and I take her
I
out.
just took her out at 10 something. She's fine.
Oh, okay, that's right.
We can do
Well,
Yeah,
kinda
when it's a good stopping point, because I'm gonna need like 15, 20 minutes to go pick up the food.
yeah, I'd say
So-
if we find a decent stopping point around 12:30 or 1, just so we can have a
Cool.
window.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty much finished up with what I'm doing here, so I'm almost ready to go.
Cool.
Stupid little glove.
Is this Oblivion music?
I don't think
The
so.
I don't think so.
Scrolls.
I don't know why. It just reminded me of the Elder Scrolls music that plays when it's like Elder Scrolls NPCs in real life. And it's like just the Elder Scrolls music and just people being really bizarre
The
and weird in
guy's
real life.
the
Yeah.
guy's all walking by and he's all walking into the chair and the chair's just moving,
Yeah.
right? Is it?
Yeah, something like that. That's actually a great video where he like walks into a bunch of chairs and then sits down.
He's all.
Yeah, the whole movement is just impressive.
Are you gonna get trick or treaters, Cynthia? Do you guys get trick or treaters? Oh, she's
No,
Oh.
I can still hear you though.
Oh.
No, we didn't.
What do you
So
mean?
I
No,
don't
you
think-
didn't. It's not even
It's
Halloween.
today. Yeah.
Well, sometimes they go Saturdays instead of Sundays, but
Oh.
we don't. Not expecting. We don't have candy.
I don't
Good.
have candy either.
Fuck 'em.
Although I still have leftover candy from my birthday. So if there was, I'd just like give him some of that. But
Got any extra corn sticks?
corn sticks.
Dude, they're the best. All right. So, boom. Yeah. Vox, Zabantic, Jinxaku, Zabancy Pants. Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm just gonna call you Pants from now on.
Pants.
Pants.
Perfect. Okay.
If you want breakfast, we can get Denny's. It's right across the street from where you're gonna order from.
Breakfast.
That's fine too, babe. That's fine too.
Just giving you options. That's
All right. Perfect. Cool. So if you guys check Owlbear Rodeo, as you guys are traversing north towards this magical presence that Zabantic has been picking up, you come across what appears to be like the ruins of an old, maybe it looks like a shrine, or you're not really quite sure. As you come into this clearing of the forest, you start to find very intricate and stonework, right? There's this everything on the floor has become a stone path where this has been carved out of the forest and is definitely human, or at least humanoid, I guess, made. And there appears to be a few steps down into what looks like a courtyard, and it's just a stonework sort of floor, and then there appears to be two stairways that go one to the left, one to the right. That just rise up a few feet, and there seems to be two statues in between. When you guys look straight ahead to the north, you see that there is a higher stairway that leads to what looks like two platforms higher. It's probably about like 10 or 8 feet taller than where you are now. And there appears to be a very large, round, sort of well-looking feature. And you right away you notice that the air is just very foul. There's a stench in the air that smells like rotting flesh.
Like a
and you're just
smelly
like, yeah.
smell. That
It's
is
a smelly smell that smells smelly. And it's almost overwhelming where like you get that first initial waft and you're just like, oh, that smells. And then every breath you take after that, you get a little bit more and a little bit more. And you realize like, oh, there's no getting away from this. This is just, it smells like Cynthia, like, ugh.
Okay. Being that I'm pretty familiar with this forest at this point, I mean, I've navigated it quite a bit. Do I recall any lore or any like rumors about this place? I am proficient in Arcana.
Give me a history check.
Okay. I got a 12.
12. You are able to recall that the forest itself, on top of all the specific rumors about the forest being magical and whatnot, you remember hearing about a particular rumor about the forest itself, and the trees being alive, and
with the sound of music.
with the sound of music, yeah. And you recall that it isn't necessarily like the forest as a whole, but you gather that it might be either like a creature or a person that has kind of used the forest to feast on travelers.
Feast on.
Travelers.
People that lose their way in this forest of magicalness.
Can can we recall, or can I try to see if I've heard stories of the stinky smell in the forest and what it could possibly be? Or is it the exact, like, we all are aware that it's the trees? Unless we know that, I want to see if I recall anything knowing what that stench could be, or what I heard of in the stories of, like, from other thieves or other merchants and just chatter around the towns.
Give me a nature check.
Nature. Nat 20. So 21.
You recall, Jinx, that in your time traveling around with Octavia and learning, how to kind of use your roguish abilities, and learning how to use, just the like the thieves can't kind of, and being able to pick up on cues, social cues that only like thieves know, and people that are kind of sneaky know, and because of that, you remember meeting, quite a few seedy types, in dimly lit taverns across the Sword Coast in your travels with her, and you remember a specific time where there was a druid that had warned you to stay out of the Neverwinter Woods if you were ever in the area, and he talked about there being a creature that is that looks like a part of the forest, but it's actually a creature that feasts on humans and individuals, humanoids, goblins, orcs, humans, elves. It doesn't matter to it. It eats all. It eats anything that gets near it. I mean, it's a very carnivorous plant type of creature, and you remember him saying specifically that when you smell death, it's too late.
Oh.
And that's exactly what you're smelling.
So I turn quickly to my friends and I explain what you just explained to me, and I remember, I know what this is. This stink spirit, this stink creature that lives in the forest is carnivorous, and it's definitely a predator, and smelling it means we're in too deep already, so be wary, don't get eaten.
It's already too late. Might as well keep going then.
Oh,
I say we set up an ambush.
No, you don't say.
As
What are
as Vox says that, I'll like throw myself into a stance, like a football stance, go like that.
Now, real quick, just for the sake of exploring the map, let's go ahead and just roll initiative just so that I can have you guys explore like one turn at a time, because it's kind of a lot
Okay.
to try to like deal with everyone being like, I want to go
I like
here, or
that.
I want to go over there, and like,
Mhm.
I like that.
I need to get some new dice.
Clearly.
It was teetering on a 19 and just flipped over to a 3.
You had a
Lovely.
Laura Bailey that shit.
Bastards.
17.
team.
Okay, real quick, let me just go down the line and you guys can tell me what you guys got. Vox, what did you get?
21.
21, 21, 21. Jinx, what did you get?
17.
17. How about you, Ragangar?
15.
This reminds me of like JRPG.
Yeah, me too. Oh shit, I forgot about. Okay. Gon, how about you?
A 3.
3. And Zabantik, what about you?
13.
13. Vox gets a 0. Cool. All right. Vox, we're at the top of the initiative round. Where do you want to go?
Well, first I'm gonna say again, I think we need to set up an ambush. but if I'm gonna also ask Jinx how big the animal is.
And from what
The
I
creature.
remember, the creature is how big, Ronnie?
You remember it being fucking humongous. Let me double check. I want to give you accurate.
I just tell him that it's fucking humongous, dude.
You
It's
remember
a
that
big as
bitch being
fuck.
huge, dog.
That bitch be
Huge
big.
bitch.
Well, once I know the size, I'm gonna try to track it. I'm gonna
Okay.
see if there are any tracks in the area, any like muddy prints, maybe. I'm gonna look for broken sticks or like anything that looks maybe smashed by a large creature. If it's humongous, it's probably leaving a sign of its presence somewhere.
Right.
Oh yeah, you know this as being a very large plan. You guys, just to give you a frame of reference, you are all medium-sized creature. This is a large-sized creature, so it would be much larger than you. It's probably like 10 to 15 feet in height, maybe about the same in width. It's a big boy.
Big boy. You just
So do I
its
see
gender?
anything immediately nearby from where I am? Do I see any tracks or anything that shows that he might have been here?
Let's see. Give me a animal handling check.
Got a 12.
12. At first
If this
glance,
is considered forest, then I usually do a little better also because of that. I don't know if this is forest or not.
okay, so then I'll give you your double your proficiency. So I'll say you got a 15.
Okay.
With a 15, you are able to notice that there aren't tracks that you would expect to see. You just kind of see lots of lines in the ground, almost as if something was like slithering like a snake. You see a lot of like
snake.
long
Sorry.
cylindrical kind of just lines that have like slithered around the ground, but no like feet print, if that makes sense. No like hooves or
Sneaky like.
footprints or anything like that. But you do notice that there seems to be very definitive lines in the ground where it looks almost as if somebody was like dragging something through the dirt, but no actual footprints.
All right. So I'm gonna repeat. We should set up an ambush. I'm gonna find a tall tree, go up, and have my bow ready, and just hope that we ambush this thing.
But how are we gonna lure it? What else can we do to not just like stand guard and wait, but like to actually not just wait in vain and make sure it comes this way?
I'll be bait.
I think it's pretty
Oh.
easy to set up bait. Yeah.
Okay.
Either Zabantik or Rigongar would make great bait.
Yeah, I'll
Rigongar
stay
is almost
down.
unhittable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was
I
about
can,
to ask,
I
does
can
anybody
fight the
have,
creature.
does anybody have knowledge on its preferred diet, or does it just eat everything?
Oh yeah, when I was explaining to you guys, I told you it's carnivorous. It likes to eat humanoids, and so we're all on the menu.
True.
All right.
It's a very inclusive humanoid eater. It doesn't really
Discriminate.
discriminate.
Nice.
It's a very progressive murderer. All right, so let's get back to this initiative encounter. Jinx, you're up next. Is there anywhere? Well, Vox, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
I'm in a tree. I have my arrow drawn, and I am readying an action to attack any creature I see.
Okay, you're in this tree right up here where you're at. Where your token is?
Whatever a big one is that looks kind of like I have a pretty good chance of climbing it. I don't know how tall the trees are, but I'm gonna find a pretty tall one where I'd get a good vantage point.
I'd say they're regular sized trees. They're probably 20 feet, 30 feet high. You can climb it pretty easily. So if you want to be in that tree, yeah, you can definitely set up there.
Okay, I'll do that.
And as
I
you
also
look
wanna-
around,
sorry.
as you climb, Vox, and you get a little bit higher and you're kind of setting up your spot, you're able to see the layout a little bit better because you are at a height. And so you're able to see that in the two what look like courtyards to the left and the right, there is a statue in the middle of each of them, facing inwards towards each other. And in the large area to the north of you, you see that it is a raised platform, and then there is a very large well feature in the platform itself. And you notice what seems to be several bodies that are like on like around the well, kind of. They look like they've been there for quite a while. There's flies buzzing about them. There's parts of where the bone is just showing through, where like these things have just been here decaying for some time.
Okay, I'll share that with the group.
And then Jinx, you're up.
I also want to, I'm still on trees, so I want to remain being on top of the trees
Mhm.
and also looking around. Since I kind of know what I'm looking for, I'm trying to depict if I see this creature. I've never actually seen it, but I have details of like what it could look like. So I'm aware and looking around. And if I can also notice those bodies that David is looking at, I would like to try to see how fresh or not fresh they are. Like how long ago did they die? If the
Yeah,
predator might
so
still be around.
you're a little bit too far to kind of determine the details of that. That would be something you'd have to do like an investigation check for.
Okay.
You can notice them. You notice them just because you're in the trees and because David or Vox Aslan shared that information with you. Wow. Someone's ready for Stagecoach.
Mm.
I want to
Because
see.
Oh, you look so cute.
Look
cute.
at
Ready for
Cowboy
her.
Emma.
thanks. I didn't even do my hair or anything. So
Howdy,
thank you for
partner.
that.
Top of the
Don't
morning.
you think he should have worn this hat though?
Yes,
Would have been good.
but it looks better on you.
Thanks.
I agree. So you are able to notice them because Vox Aslan was able to share that information with you. And again, you are from this distance, you're able to pick out that they do look like they're not fresh bodies. They've been there
okay.
for a while.
They're all
They're decayed a
podridos
bunch.
and-
They
okay.
still have their rotting flesh on them. There's
Mhm.
still flies buzzing about. You'd imagine that there'd be like maggots kind of like in their
Lovely.
meat and stuff, and they're
Okay.
like carne. And
Carne.
but you're too far to do any sort of like investigation as to get like detailed information. If you want
Okay.
to get closer and
I will
inspect them,
once
you're
we get
able to
closer,
do
but
that.
I'm not gonna go away from the
Okay.
group at this time.
So is there any movement that you want to use on your turn?
Yeah, I do want to I want to ready. What can you ready? I'll just ready my next attack so I can be sharper. I don't know. Can you ready an attack?
Yeah, absolutely. You can hold your action to ready an attack, and I'll say that since you have a throwing distance of 20 feet for your daggers?
I think it's 60 actually.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah, range 60 feet.
Wow. Okay. So what do you if something, I guess, what are the terms of your attack? Like if something
Yeah,
gets
so
within a certain area, or
if that creature is within the circumference of that 60 feet that I can hear with my very detectable feline ears, very like sharp there, and then I can
they're
just turn
pointy,
and
they're not sharp. Can
sharp
you
as
cut
in
people? Can you cut people with your ears?
perceptive. And then I can just like turn around, hear my little antenna listens and hears it, and then I just like
In
throw
the
it in.
next campaign, you guys are gonna hear rumors of the famous Tabaxi rogue Jinx Sharpier,
Yeah, I mean that has a good sound to it.
murderer of people with her ears.
I sure heard she cut you so bad. You're gonna wish you didn't get cut so bad.
Oh my god. I love that scene. That's one of my favorite scenes. I'm gonna cut you so bad, you're gonna wish I didn't cut you so bad. Like
What was
Futurama
that
was
from?
great.
Oh yeah.
Futurama.
I
It was
love
the
Futurama.
murder. It was like the murder robot that was always trying to
Yeah,
murder
yeah.
people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The crazy guy. I'm gonna cut you so bad. You're gonna wish I didn't cut you so bad.
He had his like white set eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I need you to pick a tree to be in, Cynthia, because
Pick a tree, pick a tree, pick a tree. A ver, a ver.
within your movement.
So
So
he's right here. This tree fell over. I want to be in this tree.
yeah,
Try
the
her.
song's like vibes, honestly.
I picked a tree. I'm good.
Cool. All right. After that, we have Ragongar. It's you are able to kind of explore and inspect anything you'd like to inspect. What are we doing?
Well, I'd like to tell these two that I'll get in front of them. I'll just get over here and kind of look around and see if I can derive anything from my surroundings and my feelings about what's around. Just kind of like take in the environment as I can to see if I can perceive anything that I had not seen before in my new position.
Yeah, absolutely. And where you're at, you're able to you can't really see anything new. Like Dave and Jinx have both gotten pretty good vantage points and they've described the area pretty well. You can kind of gather that there are lots of just like shrubs and bushes and small boulders kind of and there are plenty of places for anything that's like lurching or creeping to kind of hide behind. So if you wanted to kind of look around and look for something, you're able to. But
Okay,
nothing catches your eye out of the ordinary so far.
Okay, I'm gonna move up to like right about here. Look to either side.
Okay, so you look to the left and to the right and you see these two statues and they appear to be humanoid in shape, with long big hoods kind of hiding their identity sort of. There's not a whole ton of a detail that you can make out of the statues from where you're at, but you
Okay.
do see that it appears to be a humanoid with like I said, wearing a robe and a large hood that hangs over. Love you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Ready to organize the Wild West.
Oh yeah.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy,
I'll
partner.
tell you what.
It says, "Y'all come back now. You hear?"
You gotta give him the.
You're able to see the two statues, Tom Ragongar, where it's so what seems to be a humanoid, where like kind of holding a staff in two of their hands, like the top of a staff, and it like meets them at their toes, and it's kind of about like sternum level, like where your like diaphragm would be, not quite like your chest, but like just under. The staff comes in, they kind of just are like posing on top of their staff, and it's just like a hooded, cloaked figure. Is the shape of the statues you're able to make out. Any like further details you'd have to kind of get close. Give me a perception check with advantage.
$22.
22.
Nice.
So on either side of the statue, you notice some rustling in some of like the shrubs and bushes a little bit. And at first glance, it would appear to be just the natural, shifting of the foliage with like the wind or something, but there's no wind. And so, this movement catches your eye.
I'm gonna immediately alert the group. Say there's something there and where it was. And then I'm going to hold my shield up in the way that it was and take the dodge action.
Okay.
And go to the next person.
Cool. After that is Zabantik.
I want to walk up to this left statue over here. And I want to inspect it. Like I want to take a closer look at it. I kind of want to look around at the base of the statue, and then I want to see like the trajectory of the two statues looking at each other, and if there's anything meaningful or that I can discern about like maybe why they're facing this way, etc.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Um, hmm. Give me an inspection or investigation check.
Not 20, but 25.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Uh, okay, give me 1 second. I do have something for you, but I need clarification on something. Dave, I need you to check your DMs on Discord.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
I wonder if the music is audible in the recording.
I don't know. We'll find out, I guess, huh?
I don't
Mhm.
think so because we're listening to it through Owlbear, not Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to overlay the music. for the recording.
Okay, so you're on the one to the left, and you see, like I explained to Ragongar, this hooded cloaked figure, and with holding a staff that seems to be whittled from an old tree. You know, there's just the natural knobs and curves of like a walking stick would have, and it's kind of has like a big like knot at the top, like kind of like, you know, where it's like a knotted up like tree stem that's been like whittled down into sort of a something that can be easily grasped, and it curves down to like a small point, and you see that there are what looks to be like runes kind of on the like what's the word I'm looking for, like the trim of the robes. It looks like there is a large swath of just runes around the trim of the robes, and you see it on the like outer edges of the hood, and at the base of the statue you see an ancient druidic language that, although it's not something you initially recognize, you in your studies, this is definitely something that you have come across before. And as you kind of rack your brain trying to figure this out, give me an intelligence check with advantage.
Too bad Tybalt's not here.
I'm really smart, actually.
Yeah, you are. It's your number one skill.
23.
23, perfect. So with a 23, you're able to recall.
I'm actually a really smart guy.
Yeah. For a turtle, you're super smart. You
For a
don't
turtle.
recall, you don't recognize the letters right away, but in your turtle mind, you start racking it and going back and just remembering every page you've ever flipped through and read in every library. And you remember catching certain glimpses of these glyphs and finding a key for like what they mean. And as you start to kind of trying to decipher it, you're able to make out that the first word seems to say wolf, or possibly wolves. It might be plural. You're still trying to like figure it out.
The Wolf of Sparta.
And the second one, it seems to say like of, and then the third word, it's a little bit harder to make out. It's a little bit more complicated, but you imagine that it says something along the lines of maneta.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I know what that means? Meta, I know what that means, but does my character know what that means?
Zabantik has come across this name in her studies before, absolutely. she knows that it is a very druid heavy organization that was pledged to bring order and balance to nature.
Okay. So Zabantic knows this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, okay, so I share with the group that these, it appears that these statues are built in, I guess, ode to the Wolves of Monera, who are this druid organization that, as most druids like to do, is bring balance and order to nature, keep it in balance. So is there anything like they're looking at each other, right? So is there like a reason that they're looking at each other, or does the statue seem like it moves? Can I shift it?
You could sure try.
Okay, I'm gonna try to like turn it if I can. Turn it towards that hole in the middle.
It doesn't move.
Okay.
These don't turn.
Okay.
Upon further inspection of the statue that you're at, you see that just under the hood seems to be a like a long beard, like a long wispy beard that kind of like comes down to a point, and it's the features on just really of the face. All you can really see is kind of from like the nose down. You kind of see like where the eyes would be, but you're not able. They're not like detailed because it's a statue. But from the face down, it's a little bit more detailed, and you're able to make out that it's a very strong jawline, and it appears to be very masculine. You get the sense that this statue in particular is the form of a man. And as you inspect it, you see underneath where it said Wolves of Manera, there seems to be a little bit more of this Druidic language. And as you inspect it and go through the key in your mind, you're able to make out that this says saltine crackers.
Wow.
What's the Bantic doing while she's trying to recall all this? Like, what do you?
She's just like sitting in front of the statue, just like like she's got her claw on her little like portal beak mouth.
I have my pipe
thing.
out.
She has her pipe out. Very much, Sherlock Holmes. She's just deep in contemplation.
Do I know who Saltine Crackers is?
You've heard of him.
Okay, I've heard of him. So I think so. I tell the group, I'm like, you know what? I've read about these druids before, and stop me if I say anything that you don't think I should know. But I'm just gonna talk through it.
Hey, you got a nat 20. What do you know?
All right, so I
don't
kind
you
of
know?
turn around and I look at Ragongar and I tell, and the rest of the group, but Ragongar is like in my field of vision. And I say, these druids, Saltine Crackers was one of the high standing druids in the Wolves of Monera. And I think that he was helpful in bringing down something in the past. I don't remember quite what it was. But it seems like this is kind of a shrine to that organization. Now, I don't understand why there's just dead bodies everywhere. It seems like that's not a druidic thing to do. So I wonder if something's taken up nest here in this shrine. It seems like it's a shrine or a sanctuary to these guys.
And as you are explaining this to the rest of the party, Zabantic, you start to hear a rustling near you, and it seems to be coming from behind where the statue is. And as your attention shifts, you notice that in the bushes there are two creatures that pop out and are very hostile. They appear to be wooden in nature, and they look like twigs, almost like a stick person. As they start to come out of the bushes, and they're kind of
Twig lights.
have this weird growl behind them, and they're ready to attack. And they're going to go ahead and roll initiative. And we're in initiative order. So
Would they trigger my ready to action? Can I see them?
Oh yeah, mine as well.
yeah, absolutely, they would. So if you guys each want to take your shots, go ahead.
All right. I guess I'll hit the one probably closer to me. I mean, whichever one I have a better shot on, but probably the one closer to me if they're equal. So
I would say that you have a pretty good shot on the bottom one here. I'm gonna call this one B.
No,
I just crit that bitch.
nice.
Go ahead and roll an
29.
attack roll.
Okay.
What does a 29 hit?
I think any nat 20 hits, right? It's like guaranteed.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. She's right, but yeah, that absolutely
But
hits.
this one does. Okay.
Okay, so I got 11 damage. I'm gonna have my insect swarm start to rip off little chunks of his wood. I'm gonna say there's termites on my arrow this time. And so I'm gonna deal an extra D6 for that.
Absolutely.
So gross.
I'm gonna re-roll that with my piercer. Way better. Okay, so 17 damage.
Very nice.
As you pull your arrow back, you let it rip, and this termite infested arrow is just like wriggling kind of in the air as it just rips into the body of this twig blight, and it just explodes into this cloud of sawdust as your fucking attack demolishes it.
Nice. Great.
Nice.
Cool. And then Cynthia, go ahead. You can go ahead and attack A if you'd like.
Yes, I'll attack A. Does 18 hit?
18 absolutely hits.
7.
And same thing, you throw your psychic blade, and as it like whirls through the air, it kind of like curves just around Zabantik's shell to where like it like
Like
goes
in Wanted when you curve bullets?
yeah, exactly, and it says like goodbye or whatever it says on the fucking bullet. It like curves around her just enough, and like in her like wherewithal, she like turtles into her shell a little bit, and it just barely misses her, and it just goes right through this twig blight as like the top half of its body severs from the bottom, and it just starts to spin, and it's like look of shock and awe as it just screams out in pain and terror as it like falls to the ground dead.
Awesome. It reminds me of when you kill tree-like humanoids in WoW, and when you kill them, it does cut like directly half, and then the top portion just kind of like
Oh, and it
slides off.
down, right? Yeah, I
it's
remember that.
Yeah.
I picture every time, or I imagine I should say, when Zabantik like turtles up, I just hear bloop, like bloop, like when her limbs are sucked in.
Bloop, bloop.
All right.
I like how Julio has an awesome like cat camera. We can see the whole cat, and then Dave has his, and it's just like the dog butt.
Dog butt, is that what's showing right now?
Yeah,
dog butt cam.
Cool. So Zabantik, you're up, and the twig blights would have gone next, but these fools murdered them. Gone. What are you doing?
These fools.
Just vibing.
Vibing.
Yeah, let me go ahead and
Yeah. Yeah.
let's see what my movement is looking like here. So I would like to move over here. And I think this is max movement for me.
Mhm.
So once I get here, I kind of see the rustling or the treants that got taken down, and I'll assume there's gonna be more. Are these pillars that I'm seeing next to myself and Ragongar.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm, so Gon wanting to be proactive wants to put a web down, but if I do, I'm gonna block the area. So I'm just gonna look at this statue here,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna face that way, and I'm just going to ready a Eldritch Blast. And if I see another something come out from behind this the statue, I'm gonna launch it.
Perfect.
And that's gonna be my turn.
Okay. After that, we have Vox Aslan, you're back up.
Okay. No enemies in sight, right?
None so far, yeah.
Okay.
I will remind you that Ragongar did see rustling in the bushes around the statue to the right.
To the right. Okay, I figured. Yeah, I'm gonna jump down. If I'm able to, I'd like to. Well, let me use my measurement tool first. Make sure I'm good on here. I am. If I'm able, I want to pull out my shield and one-hander
Uh-huh.
and start to kind of investigate, try to provoke something over here.
All right, yeah, and as soon as you get to the statue, you hear just some screeching, and
Can we hear the screeching?
yeah, everybody hears the screeching.
No, when I say stuff like that, I want to hear it from you.
It's like scream.
Thank you.
Don't get mad when I ask you to do the same. So you're welcome.
Back.
The
She's
time
good
will
at that
come.
stuff though. She goes.
The time will come.
Yeah.
Thanks,
so
friend.
4 twig blights come
That's
out
great.
of the bushes and they're ready to attack.
Oh
You
my
still have
fuck.
some of your movement.
What?
Can I-
Wait, what came
Okay,
out?
there's way more. A bunch of twig blades.
4 twig blights.
Oh, more took bites.
Does my attack come in before or after Vox's?
Guys, look
yeah,
at
I can say
Cass's
you can go-
freaking thighs. Look at this dog. It's ripped.
Yeah.
Ripped.
He buff his
Ripped.
foot.
Definitely shoot
Ridiculous.
your Eldritch Blast now, gone for sure.
Look at them like shoulder muscles, like just.
Everything.
Mm,
So defined.
let me attack. I'd say I have more visibility on the top left guy.
Oh yeah. Let me name them real quick.
Boblin,
C.
Can we
Jerry,
name the bottom right one?
E.
Jeffrey.
Can we get a
Jeffrey.
Pablo
Jeffrey,
in
can
there?
we get a Jeff?
F for Jeff.
My name Jeff.
My
Good
name's
thing I put
Jeff.
my shield on.
Yeah, it is a good thing.
What did you say, Cynthia?
I said what Julio said.
Yeah.
My
You
name
never seen
Jeff.
the movie?
No.
Which one?
20. That's from 22 Jump Street, though, I think.
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah. Channing Tatum, he tries to be a cholo and he totally botches the accent. No? Okay, it's okay.
I
I'll
don't
show
think
you a
I've seen
clip
the second
later.
one. I've only seen the first one.
Okay, so I'll launch my attack at C then.
Cool. C, go ahead and roll it.
A 12.
A 12 just barely like misses. Like as you shoot your blast, like the twig blight maintains eye contact with you and just kind of like turns his shoulder and is just like
He's fucking ultra
Cool.
instincts that shit. It's like
twig blight way is just looking at you very disappointed. It's not mad. It's just disappointed.
I look at him like, Dad. So yeah, for my attack, it misses, and I'm just like, and I start to like kind of shake my hands, trying to
Alright.
loosen
You're like,
limber
"Alright,
myself.
let's
I'm
go,"
like,
you know?
and then I look at Rogongar and I'm like, don't look at me like that.
Rongar's looking at you very,
You know he's
very
judging
from the
you.
corner of his eye, just like
He's all judging. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, and it's Vox. I think it's still your turn, right?
Yeah, it's still Vox's turn.
Yeah, so I mean, they all popped out kind of when I went in there. Would I be able to act? Or I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we
yeah.
doing here?
You
Okay.
still have some movement.
Okay. And I haven't like taken an action or anything, right? So
you
I
haven't.
will
Yeah.
let me see. I have my shield and sword out. I guess I'm just gonna I'll probably try to hit F over here. Frank.
Go for it. Roll it.
Okay. With my short sword. So I got the shield up and I just like try to take a quick stab and I get a crit again.
Oh hell yeah. Bro, Dave's cheating.
It's 8 damage, and then I would use my oh, I think I can move myself with my swarm actually. Hold on a sec.
Dave's just like, I'm surrounded. He just goes in a frenzy. He's just like, rah.
Fight, idiots.
I posted the clip.
Yeah, I can actually move myself a little bit, but hold on, do I want to deal the extra damage? Yeah, I'm just gonna deal a bit of extra damage. I'm gonna say that as I stab them, like, you know, the termites are obviously very, very present in my on me, right? Because they swarm around me.
Mhm.
So I'll do the extra d6 on this one.
You're
All right, cool. So
gross.
what's the
Heals,
roll?
I'll re-roll that with Piercer,
Okay.
and I get same 10 damage.
10 damage total,
Yeah,
and that's on Frank, right?
Frank.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cool. And as you swipe at him with your short sword, very much like Cynthia, you're able to just kind of cleave it straight in two as you just hear a snap as it just bends over the blade and just completely like breaks in half, and just you hear like a little as it just falls
Thank
to the
you for
ground and
that.
stops moving. Is that good enough for you,
All
Cynthia?
right.
Yes, appreciate it.
And then I just ready my shield, and that's my turn.
All right, Jinx, you're up. You just see Vox Aslan kind of go to that area, and these four pop out. And Gon shoots off a blast but misses, and then Vox is able to slash through one. What are you doing?
Okay, E is right here in front of me, and I'm in the tree right behind it. So I want to jump up behind it and throw my thingies, my psionic blades, or stab it with my psionic blades actually, as I jump on him on his back like this. And like
Nice.
as I jump down, I like scrape down its back like this.
Cool. Go ahead and do your 2 attack rolls. Or go ahead and do your first one. Let's do that.
Well,
Yes.
let's roll hit first, right?
E chingal.
Yeah.
Does a 7 hit?
7's not hit. You land
Motherfucker.
and you just like slam your blade into the ground, and now the like twig blight like it's just shocked and turned around. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like I just came out of nowhere, but he was able to. You just botched you overshot your jump, and so you just missed them.
Cool.
That's your first attack. You still use your second if you'd like.
24. So that one
24
should hit.
absolutely hits. Yeah.
So I'm on the ground. I'm like, oh shit. But then I toss it up like towards its head, but like so it could come out like through his neck and out the back of his head. And I'll roll damage. 1, but plus 3, so that's 4.
So with a 4, you are able to like you come down in like a slam in like a superhero pose kind of. But you just miss with your dagger, and then you like get mad and you just kind of like twirl it in your fingers and just throw it like that, and it just flings right into the like head of the twig blight as it just like looks and its eyes cross as it's trying to like look at this shimmering purple blade that's like in its fucking face, and then it just like Dave's, it just falls to the ground and just falls apart and is dead.
And I like that you said twirl because they are like kunai knives. So yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn? You still have a lot of movement.
No, because he's dead though, right?
Yeah, he's dead.
I was gonna say that would trigger an opportunist, but Actually, no, this corner right here is sorry, I was trying to move my character on Zoom.
Yeah.
So no, this corner right here is fine. I have range.
Okay, perfect. After that is gonna be Ragongar, and then the Twigs will go.
Hmm.
Wait, did you skip me or am I after Ragongar? I'm after Ragongar, right?
Yeah, you would be after Ragongar and the Twigs.
Okay.
Combat kind of started like
Ragongar and the
after your
Twigs.
turn, so it was like we haven't gotten to you yet.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so
Okay, so
I'm going to pull out my Lightbringer.
Huh?
I'm gonna pull out my Lightbringer and I'm gonna say, goddamn cleric of Lathander, make this thing shine so that it shines.
And
And
then
then,
off like in like off in the distance, like you hear like there's a slight breeze, and on the wind you can kind of very faintly hear Tybalt's voice saying, "Shine on, you crazy diamond."
lovely.
And then I'm gonna run up to C over here. Is he
Mhm.
flanked?
Not quite. Nobody's quite in his melee range right now except for you.
Okay. So I'm just gonna run up to him and like sink my Lightbringer into his head.
Absolutely. Go roll the attack roll. What's your hit roll?
Does an 8 hit?
An 8 doesn't. As you come down with your mace, it just moves out of the way just in time. Because it's a much smaller creature than you, so it's very nimble and is able to kind of dance around a little bit easier.
And then I'll try it again.
Go for it.
Does a 21 hit?
21. As you slam your mace into the ground, and your fucking like whole body kind of like like in a cartoon movement. It just makes you fucking mad. You're like, mother, and you smack him with your mace. Go ahead and roll a damage and your extra d6 for your radiant damage.
Okay. Okay, so 9.
9 damage, and as you slam your mace into this, your mace just illuminates this bright, blinding light, and the twig blight just smashes into tiny little like kindling almost, where it's like this. You could use it for firewood. It just shatters.
Okay. And then I'm gonna run over here and put myself in between these two guys.
Perfect.
And that'll be that.
All right. After that, Twig Blight D is up because C is dead. And seeing that you just like decimated his buddy and you ran up
Decimate
on
the
him, he is like pissed. And so he's gonna go ahead and just make a claw attack at you with his claws, and he gets a nat 1 to miss as he just tries to just jump on you, but he's just like almost like fighting a toddler, right? Like, like he's trying his best, and you're just kind of like, yeah, okay, like, we're playing.
Ragongar's holding him by his head with one hand like
Yeah.
that.
He's big brother on him. Leave me
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah.
Cool. After that, Zabantik, you're up. You see all this happening as you're inspecting the statue. These twin blights appear in front of you, and you're like, oh shit! But like Vox just blasts through one with an arrow. Jinx is able to smash through the other one with the other. You turn around. All your party members are in a fight with twig blights behind you. What are you doing?
Damn, what am I doing?
Snap
What are
that
you doing?
twig. Snap that twig.
I can't. I can't get close enough. I don't want to
What?
use a spell slot on it.
Can you use your how does your firearm work?
It gives me one. Well, so the thing is, I don't think that Thorn Whip is gonna work on this thing, but I guess I'll try it.
What's the distance?
It's 30 feet, so I gotta move a little closer. So
Half
I will.
distance to the goal.
I will move here.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I'll move like right here because that's
Okay.
as far as I can go. And I like get ready to like aim, and then I like launch the thorn whip out of my firearm.
Nice.
The 28 hit.
28. So you line up your shot with your new firearm, and this is the first time you've ever really done this. So you're like, I think this is how I do it, and you're not quite sure. And then you cast the spell, boom, and the vine just shoots out of your staff and just twirls like in the sky, and it just wraps around the body of this little wooden creature, and it just squeezes and squeezes, and as you start to pull it, it doesn't even quite move. The whip just comes straight back to you with zero resistance as this twig blight just explodes into tinder and bits and pieces of wood and splinters everywhere, just shattering. And
All
this
right,
guy's dead.
so
Oh, goddamn Zoom! I'm doing the same thing as Cynthia. I'm trying to like move shit on the screen.
Right.
well, I haven't rolled damage, but okay,
It's dead.
okay.
He's dead,
They
anyways.
have like four. They have like 4 HP. So even with a 1, you're gonna kill it.
Okay.
So yeah, twig blights are all dead. We're out of. We'll keep the initiative order for the sake of exploring, but you know we're not in combat anymore.
Oh, okay. Then Dave's first in order.
Yeah.
And how does the? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, seeing that we probably eliminated at least the smaller threats in the area, I want to look for the bigger threat. Also, is this a good place to take a quick break?
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go pick up our food. I'll be back in a little bit. It says estimated 12:50. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm sure they'll have it done by that time. If not, then
Yeah. We can.
I might take just a little bit longer, but I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes.
Cool. Yeah. And if
Yeah.
everybody else wants to take a break to get some food, that would be a good time as well.
Cool.
Okay.
You go and
sounds
do
good.
a
Okay.
15, be back like 12:55 or something like that.
Let's say like 1 o'clock. You know, just to get
At the
everything
latest,
time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Sounds good.
Okay, sounds good.
Motherfucking wolves of Manada, huh?
Motherfucking. You say no?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's not wolves of Manada. Manada.
Kamehameha?
Check out a little bit.
I need to finish my drawing from yesterday and then the one that's due today, and then Inktober will be finished.
What was
Hey.
yesterday's word?
Yesterday's word is, I think it was just
Sally?
slither.
Oh, that which one was Sally?
Sally was
Patch.
patches or patch, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what's today's word?
Let me see. I think it's risk.
You gonna do a biscuit?
What?
Brisket for the biscuit?
Ah, I didn't think of that. That's clever. Yeah, today's a slither and tomorrow is risk.
Oh, you know what would be a cool one for that, Cynthia? Is
What?
what
I
was
still
the
don't
name
know
of
what
the,
to put for
what
yesterday
was the
or
name of the
tomorrow.
raccoon in Pocahontas? Miko?
Uh-huh.
Remember, because he was always trying to get the biscuits from John Smith.
Literally, yeah, literal biscuits.
Yeah,
He's risking it for a biscuit.
exactly.
Actually, those are good ideas. I still didn't know what to do for tomorrow or today, technically. So probably incorporate something like that. Today's word is slither, so I am doing the dark mark from Harry Potter.
So what did Eddie think of you rearranging his entire kitchen?
No backlash whatsoever. Everything
Okay.
went fine,
I
and
asked
he
you.
did. And but also he hasn't explored everything yet because yesterday we went out to a Halloween party. But he saw that I organized everything, and
It's
he
just that
seemed
when he
to
can't
like
find
it.
shit, he's gonna be like, "What the
Yeah.
hell?"
Exactly. Where the fuck is this thing? Where the fuck
Yeah.
is that thing? No, yeah, there's some things slightly moved around, but generally, we'll be able to find it. It looks better. He'll get used to it. You know how I be.
BIB.
I be. My OCD kicks in. I'm sorry I do that all the time at your house too, Francine. I'm like in the
That's okay.
bathroom and I organize your freaking soaps and shit that's on your sink,
Okay.
and I'm like
I'm
touching
gonna
all their
change this
stuff.
music. You guys get trick or treaters, Ron? Did I ask you this already?
I don't know. I was at your house last year.
Oh, that's right.
Next Halloween I'll be with you guys.
Better.
Better be.
Yeah, it will be. Ronnie, I've asked you this like a million times, and I probably will ask you some more times. What is the name of your apartment complex?
Pacific Woods.
Pacific Woods. Are they gated?
Yeah.
Cool. Do they have studios?
I don't think they have studios, but they do have 1 bedrooms.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm not sure. You'd have to check, but I don't believe so.
I'm checking right now. I mean, I could find a studio anywhere else, but still, if I'm gonna be living by myself, I prefer to be close to somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's a lot of like areas, like, a lot of apartment complexes in the area, so you'd be fine. Like you'd be
No, I
close
want to
enough.
be within running distance. Like if there's, I've, it's my fault though because I've been listening to tons and tons of like true crime things, and they're just so fascinating. But now I'm all like, oh my gosh,
Typical
it's
girl.
because this girl was alone. Blah blah blah. This girl was alone. I was like, well, yeah, that's fucking easy prey, I guess. So no, I'd be like, someone's coming in my freaking window or something. I'm booking it to Ronnie's.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Hmm.
I'm eating, but I have to come back and say, Stacey, just get a gun.
I mean, I probably will. If I live alone, yeah. I also, I mean, I also want a bow.
That's way less accurate.
No, I know, but I mean, that's just for me to practice and have for funsies. But yeah, I probably will have a handgun, honestly. But I'm also like, I don't know. I have been learning how to use them here. But owning one is a different step. $680 to 700 square feet. Compact, but it's just me. Not bad. And I already have all furniture for it. So I have my bed at home, but I'm just
Mhm.
taking my mattress and buying like a simple bed frame from IKEA. Hopefully when I move in there, you'll come with me to IKEA, buy little thingies.
I will not go with you. Just go on your own.
And uh of my bed. My mom's giving me the dining table that they have there because she wants like a wood one. This is the one that one of her clients gave her, and she likes it, but it's like hard marbly plastic, something like that, and she wants wood table. And she's giving me her couches. Well, I paid for her to get a new set of couches because my cat scratched them up. And so I was like, here, just get yourself a new couch when I take these. So I'm taking that whole couch set that was in the living room, the gray one, and have like my desk and my drawer thing in my room. So I wouldn't need to buy any furniture at all. And then my TV, I'll probably just buy something to mount it on the living room. Although I would want to buy a mini catio.
Mini what?
Catio?
What is that?
It's a patio for your cat.
Oh, a catty.
Although that I'm deliberating whether or not to leave Navi with my dad because they love each other. And I feel so bad to separate them.
Have you guys played Back for Blood at all?
No, but I've heard that it's really fun.
I played the beta, but once it released, I never jumped on it. But
Did you like it?
I enjoyed the beta, honestly. The card system is actually really pretty interesting. It's like as you go on, have you played it?
No.
So it's obviously the Left 4 Dead inspired, but on top of that, it's like the weapons now have attachments, and on top of that, the card system is like um at the beginning of any level, you have 3 cards picked out of like a hand. So it's kind of like the beginning of a TCG match. And then as you go on, you can either find like a specific drop that'll give you an extra card, um, or a random um, a random choice as you go on in different segments of the mission. But essentially, it's like you go into a mission with your stack, your deck of cards, essentially, and each one does something different. They either like increase your movement speed, give you a new ability, give you more health, more armor, whatever it may be. But it's pretty involved just based off the fact that like you have to unlock them by playing. And then on top of that, there's like an assortment of cards that you can put together to make it more intertwined. So it's like you can get one that gives you health back for melee kills. But on top of that, there's like another trading card. If you get it, you can like synergize with it and make it so that it's like, oh, now your melee staggers the enemies and stuff like that.
That's cool.
But the gameplay's pretty fun. It's pretty standard.
I saw some stream of it. It looked pretty fun. I'm horrible at like zombie games because I freak out, but it looked to be fun as like with friends.
Yeah, the I don't know how it is difficulty wise. And I know that the just normal playthrough game mode is pretty easy, but once it ramps up to hard, I think is when it gets crazy difficult. Like you have to start worrying about friendly fire and how much ammo
Ooh.
you're carrying as well.
Wow,
Friendly
friendly
fire
fire.
would be risky because I'd be like just shooting everywhere if there were zombies coming.
Yeah,
but-
it's pretty brutal. It's like you need to be aware of like where you're standing compared to or uh compared to where your team is. And on top of that, most of the time, it's like if you're up front, you're probably gonna want to like crouch down just so that your
Right.
teammates aren't shooting you in the fucking back.
Also, you got probably call out when you're throwing nades or something.
Yeah. Have you guys heard anything about the Guardians of the Galaxy game?
Mm-mm.
I just heard it was
No.
coming out, but not much about it.
Yeah, I've been kind of looking at the general consensus through reviews and people playing through it, and it seems to be like it's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
It's so weird because it's like you want to call the game like, oh yeah, it's like action adventure, but that could literally mean anything.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, you have your standard like you play as a Star-Lord, and then the ensemble cast is like your assist teammates, and there's like a couple dialogue options here and there, and you like go around shooting and looting stuff. So there's like a little bit of everything, I guess. So it's like the pretty standard action RPG style type of game.
And it's multiplayer too, right? Like, can you, or is it not?
That I don't know actually.
Okay. Yeah, because if you can like assemble as your actual team, that'd be cool.
Okay, so I'm back enough. Like I'm gonna be muted for a little bit, but I'm listening.
It's okay. Ronnie's not here.
Yeah, we're still waiting for people to get back.
Okay.
What is the area that we're in now? What did Ronnie describe it as?
So
Is this
it's
a
like
shrine or a
It's just like a abandoned temple, is what he said, something like
Mm.
that. So, and then Zabantik found out about the inscriptions from saltine crackers and the um, cult of wolves of Nera, which are the druids.
Interesting.
saltine crackers? Is that right?
Saltine.
Is it saltine like the actual word, or is
Well,
I think
thought
it's
it was.
it's like SA apostrophe
Here, I'll spell it for you.
AL teen or
Okay.
something like that.
Saltine.
So this was this character came about like at the height of
Our
when
first
Tiger
campaign.
King was around. And so like one of our characters from our last campaign was named Carl Bastian. I don't know if you've ever seen
Oh, yeah.
Damn,
So
Carol
like
Bass.
then that was her whole thing. Like she ran like a fucked up animal sanctuary where they like abused animals, and yeah, it was like a really funny part of our campaign.
Never
And then so
recovered.
Saltine Crackers ended up being one of the characters.
Yeah. Our first campaign was quite interesting.
What'd you guys get, Dave?
Div.
Mexican food.
We got food from that place. Remember when we got like the 2 giant trays of meat from that one Mexican joint? It's like right
Yeah.
close by here.
Did you get
It's
a
good as hell.
torta?
No, we got like burritos and flautas, and we got
Didn't get a
horchata and
torta.
tamarindo water.
Mm.
Nice.
Good shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a feast.
No Jamaica?
I love horchata.
I almost got the jamaica, but I prefer the tamarindo this time. So
Oh, tamarindo's good.
we got, yeah.
My mom makes bomb tamarindo from scratch.
Really?
Hmm.
Tamarindo is if it's homemade, it's delicious, but sometimes it can be hit or miss.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I feel that way about most agua frescas, right? Like even like Jamaica, even horchata, sometimes it's like off.
You can tell when it's just the powdered sugar like
Yeah,
mix
yeah.
versus when they freshly make it, and that's why I feel it's hit or miss.
Hey, do you guys know how to make arroz con leche?
Yeah,
It's pretty easy to make, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
You
super
just
easy.
once you the
It's
only
easy as
thing that
hell.
people when people make it and they mess up on is like once you add the milk, you have to literally stand there and watch the entire time and stir so it doesn't burn on you and doesn't like. Other than that, it's like super easy.
Well, and if you really want to just give it that extra touch, throw some condensed milk in there.
But you have to, yeah.
Condensed milk solves all the problems.
If not, it's desabrido.
Desabrido.
He's waiting on Francine or what?
Francine's
I'm
here, I
here.
thought.
Now we're waiting on Luna. She's away at the moment.
Luna, come on. Get your shit together, Missy. Waiting for you.
All right, so you guys killed the twig blights. You guys are near this other statue. You guys all see that it's very similar to the statue on the other side. It's a hooded, cloaked figure holding a staff with runes along the trim of its robe and hood. But this statue is much more like soft in its features. There's no beard, very clean shaven, very thin pursed lips, kind of almost like holding back a little bit of a scowl. Um, it's a lot more feminine in its figure than the other. What are you guys doing?
I wanted to loot the twig blights.
Okay.
Yeah, and beyond. Oh yeah, so like you said, they would pretty much make good firewood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Also,
help
aren't
Cynthia gather. I'm gonna help Jinx gather those up because I think they'll be useful at some point. Like we have essentially 6 twig blight bodies, right? I think that'd be like really good fodder in case we needed like a big fire or something. So I'm
also
gonna
aren't they
help her.
magical? Palos?
How's the environment reacting to my really bright mace?
It's not reacting at all. You are able to kind of like shine through the fog a little bit. But besides that, there's not much of a reaction. It's very much the same. Um, the stench of death and decay is still very prevalent and heavy in the air. But as far as the radiant energy itself, there's no real reaction.
Are the twig blight palos magical?
No, when
No?
they
Okay.
revert back, they're just plain wood.
Okay.
Okay, and sorry. So we said that we haven't found a relationship between the 2 statues yet, though, right?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Um.
I'm gonna ask the turtle to take a look at this statue. Does it have the same kind of inscriptions that the other one did, or what does it do?
Whoever wants to look, I mean, investigation check.
I'll look.
I will also look.
I will not look. I would just play with the dead sprites with my paw and just like bounce it back and forth.
Did you roll?
Yeah, I got a 20.
Oh, perfect.
15.
Yeah, you're able to see the same thing on the top of the base in that druidic sort of language. You're able to make out again the wolves of Maneta, and underneath that you see an inscription below it, and it's a little bit different than the one you saw before. And after running it over through your head and kind of working it out and kind of like scribbling it on like the ground, you know, trying to figure out what it means, you're able to determine that it says saltine crackers.
Statues say the same thing?
Same thing, yeah. Wolves of Maneta, but it says saltine crackers underneath.
So both statues say wolves of Monero saltine crackers.
No,
Okay.
sorry. The one on the left says oh shit. You're right. Sorry. This one here says Carol Baskins.
No fucking way.
Okay.
Hmm. Are these druids still around? Does anyone know?
Give me a history check.
15.
15. This isn't a name that you're particularly familiar with, Ragongar. You do recall hearing rumors of a druidic circle in the area. However, over the last 25 years or so, there hasn't been much mention of them in recent history. You recall that they were much more of a prevalent force in the area about 30 like years ago or so. But since then, and they were kind of a secretive organization, so they weren't necessarily always out in the open. And you know, just like knowing the local lore and everything, that you haven't heard anything about this particular group of druids or about any particular group of druids in quite some time.
I'd like to walk up over here.
Okay. and then we'll kind of stick to the initiative order here. So as you approach Ragongar, you start to like walk up the steps there, and you see that the next level above you is just kind of like a flat surface, and then there are two more stairways on either side of you, to your left and to your right, several stairs high. That kind of just catches you up. Yeah, exactly. That catches you up to the main platform, where you have these very large pillars on each corner, kind of rising up, and you come across the three bodies that are on the floor, and they're just rotting and decaying. Flies buzzing all around them, the stench of death just wafting through your nostrils and kind of overwhelming your senses a little bit.
Do I know what kind of bodies they are?
They're very humanoid in nature. You gather that. Give me an investigation check just from where you're at.
5.
5. They're humanoid. They look like they might be human, but the flesh is so decayed and very gray in color. It's lost, its natural colorization. It's been here. They've been here for a while. There's just so much flies and like maggots kind of crawling around inside of it. It's hard to really make out the details of what it might be. Is there anything else?
As I wanted. Oh, sorry. It says we're going in order. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Who's next?
Give me 1 sec. Let me find out. So after Ragongar would be Zabantik.
I want to like go up and peer into the hole. Does it smell better or worse?
Give me 1 second. Not what I thought you were going to do. So as you approach the hole, Zabantik, you start to hear what sounds to be a like a skittering, almost like where it sounds like lots of tiny movement, very nothing loud and like booming at all, but you just hear kind of like almost as if something's slithering. And
Gross.
as you are approaching the well, you can kind of hear it start to get a little bit louder and a little bit louder, as suddenly there are two or three vines that start to make its way out of the well and are kind of like slithering out and getting bigger and thicker the longer it comes out. And you see that the vines are kind of, they look like they're searching for something. And one of them you see kind of touch the leg of one of the creatures, one of the bodies that's on the ground there. And when it does, the flies all shoot away, and the vine starts to just like wrap around the like body itself. And then it kind of just implants itself, like the point of the root that is coming out the vine kind of implants itself like right in the back of like the skull a little bit, where the spine meets the back of the cranium. And the three bodies that and each have a vine attached to it lurch upward and are animated now, and you encounter three zombies.
Awesome.
and it seems as if these vines are kind of have implanted themselves into the zombies, and as the vines enter its brain, the zombies start to kind of like come to life as they are like starting to slowly push their way up, and you can see that one of them has just like half of the flesh on his face is just kind of falling off, and you can see the very like skeletal nature of like its jawbone and where the teeth would be, and you see one has a big hole missing out of its rib cage, and you can just see like its rotted flesh on the inside, and all the maggots just kind of squirming about as it's like starting to move and lumber around. And yeah, these 3 zombies attack, and we'll go ahead and back into
Do they
initiative.
talk?
And they're just not really any discernible words or anything. So it's your turn. So
My turn?
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'll cast Fairy Fire on them.
on the 3 of them, is it a save that I have to do?
Yes.
Hey,
16.
can we get some like battle music?
Dex 16.
Yeah.
On it.
Dex
Give me a second.
16. The first one fails, the second one succeeds, and the third one fails. So let's see. A, B, and C. So actually, A and C succeed. B or A and C fails. B succeeds. So B doesn't have fairy fire. So go ahead. Yeah, describe your attack. What do you do?
I've already like practiced with it with my
Mhm.
firearm. So I'm like, all right. And I like wave it around and then I slam it down. And then like as I slam it down, the fairy fire like bursts out of the top of it and like settles on top of them, but it like B is able to shake it off.
Cool. Yeah.
And I just I don't know. I guess I'm stuck here. I don't want to move. I don't want to trigger opportunists. So I just like I'm ready. That's all I can do.
All right. There's no bonus action you want to do or anything?
No.
All right. So after that is zombie A is going to go ahead and attack. Use advantage since you're right next to him, and he is going to go just kind of like throw his like shoulder at you, kind of, and like whips his arm at you because his arm is just a stub. There's no actual hand or anything. He has no weapon, so he just like whips his stub at you, getting a 17. Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
And as he hits you, his arm, and you just because out of the like surprise of it, I guess you were kind of on edge, but it's kind of hard to maintain like eye contact on all the creatures involved, and it's so close to you. He slams into you with his stub, doing 6 damage of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. I'm very upset. That was rude.
Yeah.
It's rude.
Now after that, zombie B is up, and he is going to start lurching forward, leaving your melee range. So if you'd like to take an opportunity attack, you're more than welcome to do so.
Totally.
Go for it.
One second. Sorry. Does an 11 hit?
An 11. 11 hits. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, cool. 9.
9, perfect. As it's starting to like lurch over and like saunter over towards like Ragongar, you are able to just like twirl your staff gun thing and just smash into it in the back. It kind of like hits it forward, and if not for the like vine that is acting as like its tether, it would have fallen over. But because of this vine, it's still very much like on its senses and takes the hit, but doesn't even really like acknowledge it. Like its body reacts, but it's so focused on getting to Ragongar that it just doesn't even seem to like register that something else is attacking it. And it's gonna saunter over to you, Ragongar, and just like flail its arms and just try to claw at you. Getting a let's see here. Getting an 11 to hit.
Nope.
Oh, I didn't think so. All right, and then after that, Zombie C is going to come down as well. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Zombie C is actually going to come right over here, and he's going to attack you, Jinx. He's going to kind of just fumble down these like platforms and not even bother with the stairs, and he's going to attack you with his claws as well.
He didn't fall down the stairs then?
I mean, it's only a couple feet. Getting a 4 to hit.
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. All right, after that, Gon, you're up, and then yeah, we'll go. I think it's to the top of the round from there. Vox Assassin's up after that.
Well, I will. Actually, who do I have better vision of, B or C?
Probably C.
Okay.
I would say B has a little bit of cover behind Ragongar, but you could move around and get just as easy of a shot on any of them, really.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as long as I can, I guess I can move. Boom. That should be fine. Yeah, I want to move up here. And as I get to up here, I'm just going to go ahead and let me look down at C and just take a shot at C from where I'm at.
Perfect. Describe it for me. Roll it.
All right. So I essentially just like run up passing Ragongar, and it just seems like Ragongar is he's just doing his usual Ragongar things. So I pass him up.
Like,
Yeah, get to this corner.
Random growler.
And as I get to this corner, I take a quick look around the battlefield, look at C, and I see him just kind of, zombieing it up and shit.
Zombieing it up.
And so seeing this type of, as I'm like standing here, I'm like kind of just taking them in as enemies, but as I'm starting to charge up this Eldritch Blast from up top, it seems to me like there's like some weird undeath funky type shit going on. And with that, I'm just gonna go ahead and blast or charge up an Eldritch Blast. That's 25.
25 absolutely hits.
And that's 6 damage. And as I hit him, I feel like the energy, I'm like, oh right, I can do this twice now. And I'll cast another Eldritch Blast. 18.
Absolutely. 18 hits.
13 damage.
Oh wow, yeah. And so as you shoot off the first one, you see C kind of like going after Jinx, and you shoot with your left hand like an Eldritch Blast, hitting it square in its back, and then the energy of it just kind of like singes the vine and the flesh on the zombie as it's starting to like kind of boil and like pull apart from like where the blast hits it. And then you like charge your second shot in your right hand, just shoot it forward, and then again just lurches. The zombie just lurches forward and kind of like clambers down to its like arms and like knees, and it's trying to pick itself up as the vine is just twisting and like trying to like, you can see like almost a pulse of like life go from the vine back into the zombie as it's like slowly starting to get back up. But you did a lot of damage on that turn. That was good. That was a good turn. After that, we'll go ahead and go back up to the top of the encounter list. However, as you guys are, dealing with these zombies, you start to see that out of the well, a few more vines are starting to like creep its way out and nothing's happening yet, but you see that there are a few more, like 3 more vines kind of just starting to crawl its way out of this well and just slither around the ground looking for something to adhere itself to. And then Vox, you're up.
All right, it's about to get creepy. So one of Vox's favorite enemies is undead, and he reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out this like creepy ass mask that he created out of other zombie faces. And then he's like, oh, I know exactly how these guys work, and I'm gonna run around up here and get flanking on C, and I'm gonna pull out my other short sword. I'm gonna just double stab him.
Oh, awesome. Go
Double
for it. Go ahead
stab
and
'em.
roll it.
All right. Is it advantage since I'm flanking?
Absolutely.
Sweet.
Also has fairy fire.
Oh, okay.
Plus Fairy Fire. I forgot about Fairy Fire. I'm sorry.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so that's a 20
That hits.
and 7 damage. And then he's gonna, the insects are gonna crawl inside of this guy. This time they're worms. So they're just like worming inside, slowly crawling into his eye holes and shit. And it's gonna be another, I'll re-roll that with Piercer. Oh, even worse. Okay, so that's 8 damage on the first one, and then I'll take my second swipe. And it still hits. So 21,
That hits.
and then another 5 damage. So that is 13 damage.
Perfect. So the first hit lands and you're able to just slam into the zombie. And as you do so, you see the life just kind of like fall from its form and its body just kind of collapses. And then you see another pulse from the vine kind of just like slowly, like almost as if like, when a snake eats something that's too big and you can kind of see it like traversing through its snake body, but it's coming from the vine and like from the well and down the vine, and it just pulses life into the zombie as the zombie kind of like and it starts to crick back up. And then again, you slash into it with your second sword, and again the body just falls to the ground. And then one more time, you see the vine pulse life into it as it slowly starts to clamber back up.
And then before the end of my turn, I'm just gonna yell, "Pants! Kill the vine!"
Pants?
Pants.
He's calling me pants now. Pants.
Yeah.
You look great, Dave.
Cool. Yeah,
I told you he is an undead aficionado. So he like, I'm in their mindset
Aficionado.
now. I'm like, I am the zombie. I am the zombie.
All right, Jinx, you're up. What are you doing? And then Ragongar, you're after her.
Yeah, I was observant to this phenomenon of them being brought back to life, even though they're dead. So I shoot there. Hold on, there's A and B. Oh, and C is over here.
What? Real quick, what does Fairy Fire do again? It gives you advantage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I am over here by C, so I will throw one at C and one at B, but the vine that's connecting to them, not the actual zombie.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack on C first.
With advantage.
$22.
22 absolutely hits. Roll damage.
5.
All right.
So I roll my
and
second.
yeah, so real quick, as you and you're doing it at the vine, right?
At the vine.
So because the zombie is so preoccupied with Dave, the tether and the vine is perfectly open to you, and with your first blade, you're able to just slice it clean off, and the zombie drops to the floor, but again, just starts to push itself back up as it groans and kind of looks back at you like, and he's still standing.
I still want to cut off that second vine on the other one.
Okay, go ahead and roll it for B, you said?
Yes.
Go ahead and do the roll. And this one's not with advantage because he doesn't have
Very fine.
fair fire.
Okay, 19.
19 absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
6.
6. And so as you shoot at zombie B, you fling your blade at it, and as it's going towards the vine itself moves and just kind of like whips the like zombie into intercept the attack, and the blade just rips into the zombie's shoulder, doing how much damage?
Sorry.
6?
What was it? 6.
Six.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So the zombie is able to just move just in time to intercept the blade in his shoulder, taking the damage for the vine.
Okay. I will also. Actually, I don't want to move. It would trigger opportunist because I'm within range of C. Yeah.
Yeah, I would, but you have options.
I have options. No, I'll stay here with Vox.
Okay. Don't use your roguish archetype features. That's cool. All right. So after that, Ragongar, you're up, and Zabantik, you'll be after him.
Right, I'm gonna tell this zombie, I hope he likes the light of this mace. And I'm gonna roll to hit him in the
Cool.
brains.
Absolutely, roll it.
I take a quick look. Brains? Where?
Brains.
I'm really Vox is super into the zombie mindset right now. Like he
Oh yeah, I
thinks
used
he's
to,
one
I
with
used
the
to love
zombies.
the Plants vs Zombies, and they'd be like, brains. Like,
Yeah,
just the,
yeah,
like
yeah.
sound bites were so perfect. That game was so fun.
I was fun. I used to play all the time.
Does an
Yeah.
18 hit, Ronnie?
18 absolutely hits. You
Mhm.
smash into him. Go ahead and roll your mace damage, and then roll 2d6 after that.
2d6?
Yep.
Okay, so it's 12 total.
12 total. All right. As you smash, goddamn, as you smash into him with your mace and your light shines on it, it just seems to like its brain just like almost like explodes, and there's a small little bit of like flesh kind of connecting the skull to where the body is, and just like with Fox Assassin and Jinx, the vine pulses life back into the zombie as it slowly starts to like shamble its way into like standing on its feet again. As its head is just dangling, like it shouldn't be alive, but obviously it's undead, so it's still there.
All right.
And that was your one attack. You still have another attack.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast my cantrip, Sword Burst.
Okay.
So it creates like a specter of blades that are around me. Anything from that's 5 feet from me must succeed a dexterity saving throw or take force 1d6 damage. And a dex throw is 12.
Okay, so you create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around you. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must make a dex save of 1 or take. Okay, so DC 12.
Yeah.
And it just fails with an 11. Taking a 1d6. So go ahead and roll a 1d6.
4.
4. And with that, the swords just sweep around you, and it severs the tie to the vine. And
Oh wait, it's a 2d6. Sorry. Oh yeah, 1d6 force damage. No, you're right.
okay, cool. Either way, it gets it, and the vine just gets sliced by this blast of forceful energy, like shaped like swords that just swirl around you, and the zombie just gets like eviscerated in it, and it falls and stays dead.
Okay.
And as you do so, you kind of hear like this high pitch, like, and you hear it almost like in your brain. All of you do this high pitch, just like this coming from inside the well, deep in there, and it just like reverberates like inside of you almost as the vine that was slashed is kind of just like flailing about, and there's just like green ooze kind of like shooting off from it, and the vine starts to kind of recoil a little bit back into the well. After that, we have is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Tom?
No, there's nothing I can do anymore.
Okay. Zabantik, you're up, and then the zombies will go after you.
Okay.
Oh no, there is something. Sorry.
ahead.
I'd like to push my way in between Zabantik and the zombie. Like just kind of force my way there.
Yeah, and I could say like with like if you're going to a full sprint, you could definitely just kind of like slam into it a little bit. Go ahead and give me a athletics check, and it will be counter his strength check.
12.
The zombie gets a 15, and so like as you slam into it, it kind of like pushes back a little bit, and then you feel the force of the vine just like pushing back on you, and you aren't able to get in between them, but you're right next to her, so it's still essentially flanked, but you weren't able to like intercept fully.
Okay.
Zabantik, your turn.
Okay, so I noticed that I need to basically get rid of this thorn that's like breathing life into this zombie. So I'm going to try to use my claws to sever that bond.
Okay. On
So
A.
I swipe, yeah, at the vine.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
13.
13 hits.
Okay, so 3.
3 damage.
Yeah.
You're able to hit the vine, but it's not enough to like completely sever it. You do like rake your claws through the vine, and you're able to see like where your claws have carved out part of its like plant-like flesh, but it's still very much connected.
Okay, that's all I can do. I'm
Okay.
just gonna stay here.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. All right. After that, zombie A is going to go ahead and swipe at you again, Zabantik. Getting a 10 to hit, which doesn't, right?
No.
All right. And yeah, that's going to be its turn. Zombie C is still up and barely being held together, and he's going to go ahead and make an attack at you, Vox Aslin. Getting an 11 to hit.
No.
All right. That's its turn. After that, Gon Terrellian, you're next.
Okay, so I noticed the zombies are actually taking a pretty good beating, but Ragangar might have been onto something, so I'm gonna walk up over here. And I'm gonna go ahead and look down into the well and with my devil or into the hole and with my devil's sight, is there anything that I can see from where I am?
You see this hulking mass down at the bottom of the well, and you can't quite make out the full details because it's so deep in there that it's just very dark. And although you have devil sight, you're only really able to make out the form of it, but it seems to be this just hulking mass, and what looks to be like several flowers are kind of sticking out of it, and they're almost like buds still. They haven't quite fully bloomed. There's a very large flower on the top of it that is in full bloom, and you can almost see just this like stench, this aroma of like pollen kind of like wafting up off of it, and it's very much the source of the stench of death and decay, as you see several more vines creeping out and coming up from the sides of the wells, and they're slowly starting to get up closer to you. And there are already several other vines kind of already out of the well. I'd say there's probably like 7 vines now, one for each zombie, the 3, and then 4 more kind of on the back end, just reaching for things to grab onto.
Okay.
Inflatable feeling or man.
So, if you were to guess, how far is this mass down below?
Probably like 25 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Fireball.
Fireball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead. Good.
So it is a
mhm,
Dex 15 save.
Okay.
I'm going to roll 8d6. If he fails, he takes the whole damage. If he succeeds, he takes half.
What is the DC?
Dex 15.
He fails.
Damn. Shit's about to get real.
29.
Nice.
29
Good.
damage.
Yeah.
All right. So as you describe it to me, how do you do it?
So I pretty much just like, I don't know what, however you'd want to describe it, but in my head, I'm like looking around, I'm like, kind of like I'm figuring it out. And I just walk over to it kind of nonchalant. And I would describe the scene as like me just looking down, and as these like arms are flailing around, I'm not even paying attention to that sort of stuff. And I just I look down into the hole. There's just complete darkness in there. And as I see like something moving, I just like cast this fireball. And as I start to cast it, it starts to illuminate. And as it's illuminating, it starts to bring in a little bit more light into what I'm actually attacking. Maybe like just an orange tint to it.
Mhm.
And as I cast it and fully like bring it, I pretty much just hold it in one hand. And I kind of just do one of these, kind of like hold it, and then I just aim it forward. And this ball of like fire just burst out of my hand and down to the hole.
Absolutely. And so I imagine like Gone to just be kind of like very like nonchalantly, like casually, just like fighting some zombies. There's some weird vines things. Hey, what's in this hole? And he's like, oh, there's something down there. And he's just like holds out his hand and produces like a flame. And he's like, kind of looks around like, let's fuck it. Fireball, boom. And the fireball like erupts out of your hand and just encompasses the entirety of the well as it just like rolls down, and just encompasses this plant-like creature in a flame, and you just hear this very loud, very shrill, and it just like recoils, and all the vines kind of just like shake and are starting to like flail about kind of wildly as it is just being engulfed in flames. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
So I hear the screech, and once I hear the screech, again, nonchalantly, I just like see it all happen, and then I'm just gonna turn around, walk back like maybe 5 steps, and then turn back around to face the hole in the ground.
All right. Go ahead and make your movement. And now, as you do that, Gon, you shoot this fireball, and you hear this loud screech, and you notice that the vines are all flailing kind of wildly, acting a lot more erratically. And then, as you back up, you see these 2 more zombies just floating out of the well and being held up by these vines that are attached to them. And they come up out of the well and are like lifted up in the air, and they're both just kind of facing you, and then they both boom land right in front of you. And there are 2 more zombies that are now in the fray. That was A, B, C. This is D. And what I wanted to do E here. As these zombies are like picked up out of the well by these vines and are like almost slammed down in front of you, and they like fall in like the superhero pose, and then they start to like crack their bones a little, and like they stand upright and are now 5 feet in front of you on either side. You're essentially flanked, and on top of that you hear this rumbling, and the earth starts to kind of shake a little bit as the rumbling gets louder and louder, and you see the very singed and burnt tips of this very large flower, and you can see where the flower petals have kind of wilted down and are very dried, and there's just scorch marks all over it. And you see the first one kind of rise out, and it's very burnt, and then you see all the smaller flowers around it are also very burnt and wilted, as this giant monstrosity of a plant starts to raise up out of the well. And you see that on the body itself there are seemingly like skeletons, or sorry, skulls kind of embedded in the flesh of this plant, as it is slowly using extra vines to just pull itself up. And you guys have a corpse flower in front of you.
Ooh.
And you are suddenly overwhelmed with just this stench of death and decay and rotting flesh, and it's almost overwhelming, where you're a little bit lightheaded, and you kind of get a little bit dizzy from just this waft of pollen, and this plume of the smell just washes over the entirety of the map, and you are just like almost like trying to hold, all of you are almost trying to like hold back a gag. And in fact, you know what? I need all of you guys to make a Constitution saving throw.
13.
13, okay.
16.
16, okay.
10.
10, okay.
11.
11, all right. Box Hustlin?
You're muted, Dave.
I'm muted. Dirty 20.
Perfect. You guys are all fine. Nothing bad happens, but this wave of pollen and shit like definitely washes over. Now that zombie D is gonna go ahead and take a swipe at you, Gon Terrellian.
I'm ready.
Getting a 14 to hit.
My AC is 14.
Okay, so that hits. Yeah, it matches. And I need you to take a 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Got it.
Zombie E is going to attack you as well, getting a 20 to hit.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, that hits.
And I need you to take 6 bludgeoning damage.
All right.
After that, the corpse flower is now rising out of the well, and all of its spines are connected to each of its zombies. Several are kind of just like one's holding onto like a large boulder almost as for like stability, and other one's wrapped around a tree as it's just pulling itself out of this well. And I'm okay. Perfect. It's gonna go ahead and take a melee attack at you, Zabantik. Getting a 23 to hit.
Yeah, it's
All right, I need you to take a 9 bludgeoning damage.
Luna,
And
don't do that on screen.
I also need you to do a Constitution saving throw. You need to beat a 14.
I did not beat it.
Okay, I need you to take 9 extra poison damage.
Okay.
Gon is going to go ahead and attack you, getting a 17 to hit.
That hits.
I need you to take 5 bludgeoning damage and make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Does anybody have any like resistance to poison at all?
Yes, I do. So I just rolled my con save is 14.
Cool, you save.
Okay, and let me double check that for you. It should be under my features and traits.
Can everybody just check their character sheets real quick?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Where would that be in the character sheet? In your
on
features
your
and traits?
left hand side, it'll say like
Oh.
damage, immunities, and resistances and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know
His
what?
defense is right under the inspiration area, next to your armor class.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
have any.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
actually, I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any. So never mind on that.
All right. And I asked because we're going to be dealing with some poison. So if you guys have any like immunities or anything, I wanted to know. I know Blast does, but I wasn't sure about everybody else. And then okay, and then Ragongar is going to do an attack against you, getting a 21 to hit.
Yep.
I need you to take 7 bludgeoning damage and do a Constitution saving throw as well.
Constitution saving throw.
Right.
6.
All right. I need you to take 10 poison damage.
Okay.
And then after that, we're back up to the top. Vox, it's your turn. You see the zombie in front of you has now been detached from its vine, but it's still just lurching there. You hear this monstrosity coming, roaring out of this well as this like stench of death just washes over you. What are we doing?
Okay, do I have a clear shot on the corpse flower?
Yes, you do. It's gigantic.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my scroll of Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
And I am going to pull out my longbow and take a shot at the corpse flower.
What's up?
Go ahead and roll
So yeah, let's see. They have to make a dexterity saving throw. Anything within 5 feet of the corpse flower, so probably those 2 zombies there.
It
And
is
I don't know
cool.
what my
We do
spell
finish
save
one this
DC
time,
is.
but we're in the middle of a fight.
Why do you not play in the background? My room's
I would say under your spells, I believe. Let me see.
I don't like my fucking.
Oh yeah, it's
TV
here.
out in the
So it's
background.
13.
Hey.
Dex save
13?
13 for him and anything within 5 feet of him, I think.
Dex save. So
And-
the corpse flower itself gets a 12, so he fails. And then
Yeah.
zombie D gets a 17, so he passes. And then zombie E gets a 1, so he fails.
Okay. So I'll just do that part first. So anybody that fails takes a full 6 damage, and the ones that saved take half of that. And then the actual attack on the corpse flower. Hold on.
Well, so how are you using your scroll?
It's a bonus action.
Perfect. Cool. Thank you. So you can
Okay,
still take your
so-
full action. Yeah.
Yeah, then I'm gonna take a shot at the corpse flower, and I got a 21.
Hits.
Okay, and I'm gonna have the extra damage on my Swarm Keeper. And so that's 8 damage, and then another D6. So that's 14 damage to the corpse flower on top of the explosion.
Yep.
So when the arrow hits, it's a hail of thorns, right? So it creates all of these thorns in the arrow that explode on impact.
Mhm.
And once it lands, let's say this time there's a bunch of fire ants on there and they start stinging the corpse flower, dealing a little bit of extra, but as it also hits, it explodes. And the 3 of them take, however much damage that was. So
Yeah, cool. I already applied it. That was a really
Okay.
good shot. Now that was you. That was one shot. You still get a second attack, don't you? Do you get 2 attacks?
Uh,
At 5th level, did
Do
you not
I?
get a second attack?
no, I think I get it like next turn or next level. I mean, I don't have a second attack yet. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. Extra attack.
I
You
do.
can twice.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna shoot him again.
Go for
Same
it.
guy.
Same guy. Corpse flower?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 27, and
Absolutely
it
hits.
is 9 more damage. And there's no other stuff on that one this time.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. And so as you just like rain these like thorns on this plant, you see them just dig into the flesh of the plant, and the zombies kind of just get smattered with them as well. And your arrows just rip into it. Your bugs crawling all over them, just stinging it. And it lets out a very shrill cry as it takes the full damage of your attacks.
Okay.
Is there anything else you
I
want to do?
will. Yeah. Shit. This guy's still fairy fired? Charlie?
Yeah, Charlie's fairy fired.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what, Zabantic, I forgot to make you have a constitution check to see your concentration, but we'll do that next time you get attacked.
Okay.
'Cause that's a concentration spell, right? Fairy fire?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
But are A and C, they're still alive, right?
Yeah, they're both still alive. The only one that died was
Okay.
B.
Wasn't he already dead?
Ooh.
B.
Yeah, you killed B.
But wasn't he already dead?
True, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna shit.
Is it that blocks kick?
Torn here. I want to move, but I don't want to separate. I'm just gonna stay. I'm fine.
Up next we have Jinx, and then Ragongar, you're after her.
Okay, so actually I am gonna move and with my speed, let me just double check something.
Can't you like disengage as a bonus action or something?
Yes, but I
That
want
might
to
be
use
worth
my
it.
bonus. I want to use my bonus action elsewhere.
Oh,
So I have a question meta before I proceed. So I have sneak attack, so it deals an extra 3d6 damage creature with a finesse or ranged weapon. With that, if I approach and do sneak attack, hold on, do I still get my psychic blade attack?
Yeah, that's on top of your
Right.
psychic blade.
Right, and so
whenever
then
you
I would also
use
still
the
have a
melee
bonus
attack-
action of psionic blade, so that's 3,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
No, so you're doing 2 attacks.
Sorry, I'm done.
You're doing 2 attacks, Cynthia, and the sneak attack will apply to the first hit on whichever hit you get first.
Okay. Yeah, but it does stack with 3, but yeah, it's
It
not 3
stacks,
attacks.
yeah. So
Okay,
you
got
do
it.
you do your normal attack and damage. The sneak attack is just added on top of that as a bonus.
Got it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and run behind this big ass motherfucker. And I should do that easily and quickly, stealthily. Let me close the door, sorry.
That's how much movement do you have? 'Cause that's 50 feet of movement.
Yeah, I have a
You can do it.
yeah, I have double the movement of everybody. Let me see.
You just can't move next turn, Ray.
¿Dónde está?
It's
Under
feline,
your
whatever.
features and traits.
Feline
then-
agility. Double your speed.
Mhm.
Your walking speed should be right next to your inspiration.
Yeah. So your feline agility says when you move on your turn in combat, you can double your
Walking
speed.
is 30, so it's 60.
So you get up to 60. So you
Yes.
can do that. However, this next turn you wouldn't be able to move.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I'll stay there.
And- Okay, so before you do that, you're going to take an opportunity attack from C,
Right. I
and he's
figured.
going to go ahead and take a swipe at you with his hands, getting an 18 to hit,
Yes.
and you're going to take 2 damage,
Okay.
bludgeoning.
These zombies be hitting.
They be hitting. 2 damage. Okay. And so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do a sneak attack, and I will do psionic blades from behind. And does it have a butt?
It doesn't have a butt.
Okay.
What? Everything has a butt.
Right? But apparently this does not have butt. Okay, so I'll just hit it from
buttless?
this buttless tree freaking flower guy. So I go ahead and do my psionic blades
Mhm.
with my sneak attack.
So do it with advantage.
Oh shit. I'll do it
Oh.
again with advantage. Sorry.
Yeah, so roll with advantage to hit because it's flanked.
6.
6 does not hit. That's with advantage.
I
Yep,
rolled a
got 2
1.
sevens.
And what was your other roll?
A
7.
7.
She got a crit fail and a crit fail.
Oh, dope. Yeah, no, you miss. You
Fucking
whiff on
fail.
the first one. You can go ahead and do a
Fucking
second
fail.
attack. Yeah, with advantage. So
Yeah. $15.
15, I believe, hits. Yeah, 15 hits. So go ahead and do your regular damage.
So that's 5 plus
Uh-huh.
what is it, a 2d6, I think?
Well, whatever your sneak attack is. So I think
Yeah,
it's
let me-
3d6 now.
Let me see.
You should be able to click on your sneak attack.
I think it's attack 3d6. Okay.
Yeah, so on your character
Are
sheet,
we
you
getting
should,
advantage on him?
he's flanked.
Oh, he is? Okay.
So I just do roll manual.
No, on your character sheet, underneath your actions, go down to where it says other, and there's sneak attack, and it has a 3d6 button for you to hit.
Oh, sweet. There it is. Is there a button?
Yep, underneath where go to
I
your
am under
actions,
actions. I'm under it. All the way
And
under
then-
my special. There's no button.
where it says other,
Oh, other.
there's sneak attack, and then you can be able to click on the damage button.
But there's no damage button even under other.
I'm looking at it on
Oh,
your character screen right now.
I see
Yeah,
up here. I was looking way below. My bad. 14. Sorry about that.
no worries. You rolled a 14 damage.
Correct.
All right. So how much was the first damage?
7?
5.
5. So 5, so
5.
19 total. Okay, great.
Sorry. Yeah.
No worries. All right, cool. Yeah, you're able to rip into him and just slash in with your second attack. Your first one misses. Your second one just rips into him, and you can see just like almost like a crevice start to form where like in the wake of your blade slice, like it just like
Created a butt.
you created a
Sorry.
butt.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
And then Ragang, or is there anything else you want to do? You can't move, and you use your bonus action, right? So that should be it.
Yeah, I'm not Regongar, but yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Ragangar, you're up, and then after you is going to be Zabante.
All right, I'm gonna clutch my javelin and pull it out and yell, "Toma away!" and throw it straight at the plant thing. Can I roll?
Yeah, absolutely. So who are you trying to get in the release? The D and E as well?
No, mostly just trying to get the plant. But yeah, they'll get hit.
Does he
too,
have a
hopefully.
name?
His name is something flower.
Something flower.
Corpse
Noted.
flower.
Corpse
Corpse
flower.
flower.
Corpse flower. No, I mean like a personal name.
You could ask him.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I know I just carved a butt in you, but what's your name?
What's your name, guy?
What's
Hey,
your
what's
name?
your
He's
name?
like, my name's No Butt.
Does an 18 hit?
Fucking Ezekiel.
Oh, and I want to throw it like right there. Does 18 hit?
18 absolutely hits. And as you throw it, just the shock of lightning just comes down from the sky and just engulfs your javelin, and you shoot it forward, and it just this arc of electric energy just breaking off in different patterns, just streaks out and is able to hit all three of them. Go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
They have to also roll a DC dexterity saving throw of 13.
Oh, okay, great. DC 13 on a dex.
Yep.
So the first zombie gets a 6. The second
they
zombie
fail.
gets a 0. And
Okay.
then the corpse flower itself gets a. Oh, that was almost like, but it was on a 14, and then it was like boop, boop, to a 4. So all of them
nice.
failed. All of them failed.
Okay. Okay, so it's going to take a 1d6 plus 4 piercing, which I'm
Mhm.
rolling now.
Go for it.
So it's going to be 5 and then plus 4d6.
Roll it.
So 24 damage total.
24 damage total. All right. So zombie D fails and fails, of course. Zombie D and zombie E are just eviscerated in this explosion of electric energy. And as the lightning connects, hits the as the lightning hits the corpse flower, you see as the electricity just travels up the vines connecting to D and E, and they just explode all over Gon, as he is just sprayed, and Zabantic as well. Is they just pop like balloons, and there's
Ew.
just blood and mist, and just viscera and pieces of rotting flesh are now just completely covered on Zabantic and Gon.
Gnarly.
The
And
spectacle.
Gone is unfazed.
Wow.
Gon just I've been through worse.
Fuck it.
So
Mocos on the
yeah,
face.
you successfully killed D and E. And I'm sorry, how much was the damage?
24.
24.
Damn.
Good job, fucking Tom, coming through clutch.
Cheers.
Is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Tom?
Yeah, I'd like to then use my bonus action to resummon the javelin back.
Nice.
Throw it again at him.
Go for it.
Does a 18 hit?
18 absolutely hits.
Yeah, same hit as last time. Let's see if this is a better one. 7.
Describe to me how you kill this creature.
Oh, sweet, sweet.
Mhm.
Okay. So I want it to I want to throw the javelin straight up so that it does this St. Louis arc thing, straight down through the creature's vital parts and just kind of like split it like open as well when it comes
Like
down
in-
from the
like in
heavens.
Worms, or like what was that game? Worms? Yeah, Worms. When you'd like have to like figure out the trajectory of your shots or whatever, you're just going
Yeah.
straight high so you get that extra bonus damage and just
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly that.
and so as you do, you're just like, you know what? And like you see Ragongar kind of like lick his thumb and is like, like kind of just like testing the wind, and he's like using his like hand to kind of like frame like where he's going, and he's like going like that. And he's like, he's like, you know what? Fuck it. He just launches this javelin straight in the air, and then Ragongar turns and looks at the corpse flower, and you see it just like just kind of like relenting from the previous attack, and it's slowly starting to like pull itself back up out of the well as the javelin just comes down and just goes straight through, and the corpse flower just like all the flowers just explode in a bloom of this necrotic smell as all the
Yeah.
flowers just burst open into a full bloom, and the pollen from everything just sweeps out over the thing, and it just gets ripped in half by the force of this javelin
That's
as
awesome.
the pollen waves out. And I need everybody to make a DC or a Constitution saving throw.
Me too?
Everybody.
You're all
Man, I'm
far.
far as fuck.
Oh wait, you know what?
6.
Yeah, I'll say Dave. I'll say you're safe.
Okay. All right. I'm
Yeah.
like 30 feet away.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
12.
4.
Oof.
19.
Turtling up.
Who got a 12? Who got a 4?
I got a 12.
Gone got a 4.
All right, I need you guys to
No.
yeah.
What do you need?
You are no, you know what? Fuck it, you're fine.
You can tell me. It's
No,
fine.
that's not true. Okay, you guys, you're incapacitated. So go into your character sheet and under conditions, choose incapacitated and
Ah,
poison.
shit. And poisoned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Incapacitated and poisoned.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, got it.
And what about you, Zabantik and Ragongar? What did you guys roll?
19.
I rolled a 6.
Oh, okay. You're incapacitated and poisoned. But
Me too.
Corpse Flower is dead.
Nice.
And now, although the vines have receded, A and C are still very much alive.
Oh, can I use my inspiration to redo that
Absolutely.
concept?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. You guys got to use those.
All right. Not
Hey,
20.
can I do the
there we
same?
go.
Hey, if you have inspiration, please
I
use
do.
it. I give out inspiration very like generously. Like you
You
guys never
do.
use it.
I forget. So you just roll again your con save?
Yeah, just roll it again.
I'm like the only one that uses my inspiration.
I did
points.
worse, so I'm fine. So I'm still poisoned and encumbered or whatever.
Yeah.
Incapacitated. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, a little different.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still in combat.
Yeah. Wait, what did you roll, Ragungar?
Not
We
20.
made it. Nat
Oh,
20.
perfect. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, you're fine.
You re-rolled it. That's right.
He's
And my
just like,
previous
"This
roll
does
was
nothing,"
a
and like
critical fail,
inhales,
by the way.
inhales extra. He's just like, nah, fuck your poison. And like,
I just find it crazy that I rolled a 1 and then I rolled a 20. Like,
Yeah, what are the
obviously
odds,
that,
right?
right?
Like,
Serious. One end of the spectrum to the other.
yeah.
By the
Cool.
way, last session when you guys weren't here, I had amazing rolls.
Yeah,
like
she was
all
killing it, guys.
20s, 20s, 19s, 18s, 20s.
oh, like Tom during our final encounter in our last campaign.
Yeah.
Tom didn't roll anything below like a 16 that whole time. The whole final fight, I was like, fuck.
Good. Good for Tom. Trust me, I plan on this fight being. I plan on it being a lot harder, but he fucking. Those
Yeah.
cards right.
The
Nailed
dice
it.
dictate.
Zabantik, you're up. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna thorn whip this thing.
Go for it.
I'm tired of these motherfucking zombies.
Where are the little robots though?
Well,
Remember, she doesn't have
I-
a
She
robot
lost
I
anymore.
don't have
one so that you
vendor
could have a.
anymore.
Yeah, she lost one so that you could have your bag of holding.
I know.
28 hit.
28 absolutely hits. Is that a nat 20 or?
Yes.
It is.
We'll do the
16.
double damage.
Double dare.
16.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it wraps around this zombie and you just pull on it.
I
and
want to
the
like
thorns-
pull him down the well, like
fuck,
whip
make
him down the well.
make a strength saving or make a strength check. Just flat strength. No acrobatics, nothing. Or athletics.
6.
You're not able to.
Okay.
But the zombie's very fucked up off this thorn whip. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No.
Cool. The zombie is actually gonna go ahead and go next, and it is going to try to attack you, but it's still kind of wrapped up in this thorn. So I'm gonna have them attack at disadvantage, and getting a 4 to hit, so that doesn't do shit. After that, zombie C is gonna go ahead and take a swipe at you, Vox.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a nat 1. He fucking fails too.
Oh, yeah.
Gontrellian, you're up.
I am incapacitated and poisoned.
Okay, go ahead and make a, I think you can make a check, right?
What kind of check would you want?
What kind
Try
of
to find out.
chick?
Conditions, there's always conditions.
Don't
Incapacitated.
be suspicious. Don't
Oh,
be
How do you do
suspicious.
this?
Don't
Is
be.
that the Julio? Is that the OBS software thing you guys are talking about to get the cat on there?
Oh
On
yeah,
your
so
portrait?
yeah, so instead of just like doing the camera directly to Zoom, I do it through OBS, and then the OBS app has the virtual camera, and then you
Cool.
shoot it over to Zoom.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You just,
All right,
like,
Julio,
overlay
you
it.
unfortunately are unable to take your action because you are incapacitated. Coming back up to the top, Vox, you're up
Wait,
again.
hold on. Let me ask you this before we move on.
Sure.
I'm incapacitated.
Mhm.
My familiar, which has been invisible this whole time, is not. And I can forego my attack in order for my familiar to make his attack. Is that okay to do?
Hmm.
Yes. However, I will say that going forward, I didn't realize that you had your familiar out, so that's kind of my bad. So going forward, if you want your familiar out, let's do that so we can get a token on the map.
Okay.
But yes, let's do that.
All right. Let's
Good,
see.
good.
You got this, Robbie. You got this.
Do the things.
And so
Mm,
Be
we'll
like
say that
10.
you're familiar.
okay, so this is a little okay. So he has Sting. Oh, cool.
I know
The
he's an
closest
imp
one.
now, but I just haven't made a new token, so bear with me.
Yeah. So he comes out, and because I'm incapacitated, like I can't talk, but I can technically still talk through him. So I'm just gonna be like, yo, this sucks. Fly over here. And
Yo.
technically, can I flank this dude?
Yeah, absolutely. He's currently flanked anyway, so and he
Okay.
has fairy fire, so you have absolute advantage.
Okay, so I don't know how this is gonna work, but I'm going to use Sting, which is a melee attack weapon. It's my weapon plus 5 to hit, which I don't really know how this works, but let's try this. Mm,
Cynthia, did you not dress up this year?
I didn't.
Man,
All my custom shit's at home, and costumes are so expensive, and I didn't have like just things to improvise, so I just, did my usual, wore all black. I did wear a dress
So
though.
what
you wear a dress.
Yeah.
ahead, Julio.
what stat do you take for your attack?
Rare.
It depends on what you're attacking with. Let me see what it's an imp, right?
Yeah, it's so he has like his own stats and everything. So
Yeah.
the one thing
I'll
I
bring
will
him up.
say is he has high DC.
Yeah, so it looks like
Ikaros indeed.
so his sting attack on just the monster like thing is a +5 to hit. So I would say just do a what's his hmm. Hmm. I would say it's his dex because his dex is a +3 and then his proficiency is a +2. So that would make 5, and his to hit bonus is +5. So it makes sense that it's dex.
Okay. So then for him I would do
So just roll a 20 and then do a +5 on top of that. So
okay.
Yep,
just roll a regular
sounds
20.
right.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
So 20. And then I mean it's a 5 + 5, so it'd be a 10.
That actually hits, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then his damage is 1d4 + 3.
Roll it.
Roll out.
So that would be 7.
Perfect. And as Ravi like whips its tail around and like stings the zombie, it kind of just goes like "Ugh," as it like slowly starts to just crumble down to the floor and withers away.
All right.
All right. Is after that, is there anything else you want to do on your turn? I think that's all you can do, right?
Yeah, that's all I can pretty much do. Yeah.
All right, we're back up to you, Vox. What are you doing?
Okay, so with my dual wielding, I still have I guess I should ask first. So when I have the dual wielding, I'm gonna have a total of 4 attacks, right?
No,
Because okay, how many
no,
do I
because
get? Because I
with dual wielding, you get to use your bonus action as your second attack. You do have 2 attacks, so you can do 1, 2, 3.
okay. All right, then I will. Yeah, just gonna attack. C's still fairy fired, right?
Yep,
Okay, so I'll take my 3 attacks with advantage.
perfect.
I am going to, having just shot the corpse flower not long ago, I'm gonna basically just drop my longbow, pull out my 2 short swords, and do my 3 attacks. Here we go.
Go for it.
So 23,
Absolutely
first
hits.
one. The
Go
second
ahead and
one's
roll
a crit. I
damage.
guess I should just do these. Let me do these in order. Hold on. I was gonna
Yeah.
just do them all at once. So here's the second one because it already applied the crit damage for me. And I'm gonna do the extra 6d6 for my
Cool.
I'm gonna re-roll that one first with my piercer. All right, so I'm at 8 damage right now, and then I'm gonna deal an extra d6 with my shit.
Just draw a poop at it.
So that's 12 for the crit one, and then I'll do the damage for the one before that because that one also hit.
I just imagine Vox like taking his poop and just like smearing it into the wounds to give it like assist or whatever when you get sick from the
Gross.
blood. Because he's doing extra damage with his shit, you know?
Yeah.
That's 9 and 7, so that's not 9 and 8, so it's 17. And then I'll take my final swing, and
Final
that one
swing.
hits also.
Yep.
and then another 9.
Perfect.
So it's like 26, I think, overall.
Yeah. So he had 1 health, Dave. How do you
Oh.
eviscerate this fucking zombie?
Clearly I chop them up into pieces. I mean, this is just and like I'm just dicing them up, and by the time
Dave
I'm
just
done,
turns into like a
it's just-
hibachi cook. He's just like
well, remember,
throwing fucking his
Voxel,
knives in the air, throwing little bits of
Voxel
pieces
has
at
on-
zombie, like zombie had like gone. He's like gone catch and gone, and like instinctively he's just like like doesn't realize it's zombie flesh.
It's zombie
Yeah.
sashimi.
Dave,
So
From
remember,
that
I
day
mean,
forward would be known as a cannibal.
yeah.
Remember that
I'm incapacitated, so I don't.
Oh, that's right.
oh shit, he is. Box still has on like the zombie mask because of his undead proficiency, and he's just like he is all about the zombies right now. Okay, that was pretty much everything I could do, but he's done. So I'm going to run over here and be ready to help Con when I'm ready, when I'm able to.
Cool. And we're out of combat now. You guys were able to survive and defeat the corpse flower and the zombies. What are you guys doing right now? How are you guys?
Okay, so we still have 2 party members that are incapacitated and
Yeah.
poisoned, right? So I'm able to cure the poison off of both of them. Would that bring them back to life?
How are you able to cure them?
I have lesser restoration, level 2 spell. I
How
can cure blinded, deaf, and paralyzed or poisoned.
many spell slots do you have?
I have 2 level 2s, so I can do both of them.
If you want to use them to cure that, you definitely can.
But so then if I were to do that, does that get rid of their incapacitated condition? It does? Okay, then I'm gonna do it. So I use my 2 level 2 spell slots, just for the sake of flavor. I grab both of them at the same time. And so with my swarm, right? My swarm just like starts to intensify, and it almost feels like there's a really minor tremor on the ground next to me just because everything starts to shake and be so lively all of a sudden. And with my worms, or not my worms, with my swarm, the leeches come out. And so the leeches just kind of go onto them,
You just had to make
kind
it
of all over their
gross.
body, right? And it doesn't hurt them or anything. The leeches, they work for me, so they kind of get it. But the leeches go in and they start to suck all of the poison out of their wounds.
Very nice.
And so they get rid of the poison.
Cool. You guys are cleared of your incapacitated and poisoned
Thank
status.
you, sir.
You can remove that from your character sheet. Yeah, you guys had a bit of a battle there. There might be a little bit more to this forest than initially meets the eye, you know?
Yeah.
So I'd like to summon my javelin back and look down the hole. Can I see anything?
You just see a pit of darkness.
I'm gonna drop my javelin down. And how do I hear it hit the bottom?
Yeah, it's about a 20-foot drop, 25-foot
Okay.
drop.
Okay, and then I'm gonna summon it back again.
Cool.
And then
Like-
I'm gonna like put wrap my rope around myself and put a piton right here.
Mhm.
And then jump down to loot that creature that fell down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you get down there, you see just a collection, a horde of just bones and skull fragments and like bits and pieces of bones. You see, some like rib cages that are kind of been broken together. There's a spine that's still intact. Little bits and pieces of bones. You gather that this creature that has been living here for quite some time. And you can tell that this is just the remains of all the unfortunate travelers that have lost their way in this forest. And
So do I happen to notice anything, like any items or anything on their belongings or on the creature itself, or in any kind of like buried under anything?
Yeah, you do.
Kind of want to like trawl through the
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely. Give me an investigation check.
Investigation. 12.
Okay. Yeah, you guys do find something. I'm trying to figure something out real quick. Not that one.
Francine's still here, right?
Yeah.
She's on camera,
I think
Cynthia.
she's on camera.
Oh.
Wow.
Sorry, you were off for a while, and then I was
Wow.
over here looking at my drawing. Sorry,
Wow.
I hadn't heard your voice in
Oh.
a minute.
She just hit you with the nobody cares about you.
Nobody
I
cares.
care. That's why I was asking.
You didn't care enough to look at the screen.
Well, I was looking at the screen, but I was incapacitated. You know what? I was
Decapitated.
Encumbered?
Encumbered.
You were
yes.
encumbered?
I
Mhm.
was incapacitated.
Yeah.
Yeah, not mean.
Okay. Let me. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find something cool. Not that one.
Take your time and finding something cool, sir. I mean,
Yeah.
Just vibing to this creepy track right now.
mhm,
Yeah. Okay.
I can't even hear it.
pretty cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you do find something. I'm gonna have to find something cool because I want it. I wasn't expecting. I didn't have any of this stuff planned, but give me a sec. I'll be able to figure something out. Is there anything else you guys want to ask about the area, or explore anything while I look for this?
I'd like to chop a part off of this beast and like just kind of put it away so that we can show someone later.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
That's
did want to also loot, but he's already taking care of that, seeing what he's finding.
fine.
And then obviously I'd like to get out of
Actually,
this hole.
Yeah, can I? So this is gonna be weird. I'm gonna
Let's
have
make it weird, Julio. Let's make it
Mhm.
weird.
I'm gonna have Ravi fly over to Ragongar, and at this point he's shaped back into being a raven. And I'm gonna have Ravi take the help action.
Oh, great. Yeah, and he is definitely able to help him out, and you guys find something
Very
cool.
nice.
Find something cool. Um,
You have to find something cool first.
yeah. Yeah.
I think at this point, Vox takes off the undead mask, the zombie mask, and he's like just coming down from almost like a blood rage. I'm gonna in Vox will just say to the group, I've killed a lot of these guys. I've killed a lot of zombies. Been around a lot of zombies.
Cool. So yeah, absolutely. Ragonda, you are able to find
Killed a lot of werewolves too.
in the rubble of the skeleton and corpses. You find a stick. It's about maybe a foot in length and maybe about like a half an inch in diameter, and it kind of comes together in a very fine point. And it kind of just like crooks and like it has the knobs that a stick would have, and it is kind of has like a vine that's a little bit like wrapped around it, with tiny little thorns that aren't unpleasant to the touch. Like you can hold it just fine. They're more for like decoration, but you are able to find what appears to be a magic wand.
I'm gonna look at
Hey,
it and I'm gonna ritualistically cast identify.
Cool. You
nice.
identify this as the Wand of Entangle, and it's an uncommon magic item that requires attunement by a spellcaster. The wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to cast the Entangle spell from it with a DC 13. The wand regains 1d6 expanded charges daily at dawn, and if you expand the wand's last charge Roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ash and is destroyed. So
Crazy.
essentially, it lets you cast Entangle as an action.
Pretty cool.
Or like 20
That's-
times, you said?
It
So I'm
has
gonna
seven-
twirl it around and I'm gonna be like, who wants this thing?
You trolled it around all cool.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna show him my spider staff and my pearl of power and my ruby of the war mage and say, not me.
I'll take it.
Toss it over to Zabanti.
What's it called? Wand of Entangle?
Wand of Entangle, yeah.
Yeah, you can feel, I found it already in there.
Okay.
so. It's green.
Anything else cool in there? Any residual gold from all these dead bodies? Any money?
Sure. You're able to find at the bottom a small box, and it contains. You guys ready to write this down?
Hold on.
Yeah.
It looks like
Okay.
250 gold,
250 gold,
137 silver,
137 silver,
and 54 copper pieces.
54 cops. All right.
Not bad.
Bad. That was actually a really strong creature, guys. You guys did a good job with that fight. You killed it before I was able to do one of its key features. It is able to eat the zombies that it's attached to and regain its own health.
Oh, dude, see,
Damn,
it,
that would've
it was
been
already
crazy.
getting bad already the way it was. Like, it had to go.
Well, yeah, and then you guys just killed it, hit it with such high damaging. Julio fucked it up with
Yeah, killed it with the fireball.
Dude,
Yeah.
so
yeah.
during that phase, I was like, I wonder, and I thought to myself, I was like, it'd be kind of cool and kind of chaotic to just decide to just jump down the well.
Mhm.
And so
I was gonna do
initially,
that.
yeah,
I was
initially,
gonna do that on my turn.
yeah, initially that's what I wanted to do. But once I got a little bit more of a visual description of what was down there, I was like, it kind of makes it doesn't make much sense to go down there. So I was
Yeah.
like, let me just, you know what? Instead of jumping down, I'm just gonna cast a little fireball. Let's see what happens.
Definitely worked out.
Yeah,
and I
nailed it.
planned so that initially it would just be the 3 zombies, and then on the next full turn I was gonna bring out the other 2, and then on the third turn I was gonna have the creature come out, but then Julio was fireball. So I was like, shit, now this guy is fearful for its life and needs to survive. We gotta bring out the big guns. But yeah, that was cool. I had a lot of fun with that fight.
This is probably a good stopping point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. It's almost 3:00, so
Yeah,
that
that's
was a
why.
good place to wrap up and just kind of
About
get
5 here.
Yeah. So yeah, very cool, guys. Good job. You guys did really well. You guys honestly did a good job as a team. So pat yourselves on the back. Get all of you guys get inspiration.
Yeah.
Yay.
Awesome.
So yeah. How do you what are we gonna do about these fucking wolves of Maneda, guys?
Well, first, can we take a rest? Can we set up camp and go to sleep?
We can say that you guys set up camp and stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
Long rest?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet.
Well, we don't know that much more about the wolves, but we know that they're a druid organization, and we know where there's a druid in the area. We're kind of on our way there.
Yep.
So it makes sense to ask her about it.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense.
Let's see. Would I be able to make some kind of you know what I want to do? What I have pretty much what I want to do is go and put a paper or a leather skin or something against the engravings and try to use chalk or charcoal or something to smear it so that it kind of creates an imprint of what's what the runes say on here, because I want to show it to the druid we're going to see.
Absolutely. Give me an intelligence check.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't think it would be. I think it would just be a flat intelligence. Just click on your +2 because I don't really see.
I got a 16.
16. Absolutely, you successfully are able to recreate the runes.
Okay, I'm gonna add something to my inventory. Can someone put a note in?
Yeah.
Add custom item. Ah, shit. What should I call this? I'm gonna call it recreated druid runes. What should we call this area?
Druid shrine.
Neverwinter Wood,
Neverwinter.
Druid Temple or Druid Shrine, I guess.
Okay, so I'm just saying I used some leather skins and charcoal to recreate a copy of the runes that were here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm gonna want to show this stuff to the druid and see what she thinks of it, if she knows anything about it, and if she knows why this freaking plant creature is here. It seems kind of out of place, right? Because I mean,
No.
we're pretty.
I mean, we're in
No.
a forest. This big ass weird plant creature lives in a forest. It seems pretty normal to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
Is this? I mean, it was clearly a magical creature, right? This is not anything that would exist in our world.
Well,
Does it still
We live
feel
in a
magical?
magical world.
remember that there are
Muggle?
stories and legends of the forest being what would you call it?
Key
Magical,
hunted,
but
magical, mystical.
mystical would be a good word. Yeah. So
right.
I mean, the fact that we ran into something like this is probably there was it was inevitable. It was going to happen eventually. And at a temple like this with such a symbolically magical purpose, like a druid temple shrine, I'd say it was looking for something. It was looking
Mhm.
to eat, and on top of that, and I guess at this point, Gon's chiming in and saying, at this point, I think one of the common denominators that we have found is that wherever the dragon came to be, or even to disturb the presence of any animals, creatures, different clans of orcs, they have shifted where they reside. They've started to move away from where their initial home was. So to see, a corpse flower here in the middle of a ruined druid temple, probably comes to no surprise, considering the dragon has pretty much disrupted the entire existence of everything around these parts.
That's true.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely.
What did these two statues look like again?
One was a male, one was a female, and
They look like
I'm gonna go
rogue
look at them.
druid
I'm gonna go
people.
look at them again.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and describe it to you again. The one on the left is a hooded male figure with a long, wispy, and like spindly kind of beard, holding, clutching a staff in both hands, kind of one on top of the other, with the staff underneath going down. With his head kind of low, looking towards the ground. There were runes engraved in it. The other was a same hooded figure, but this one much more feminine, softer features, no beard. You could tell it was most likely a woman with some druidic runes etched into the bottom as well.
What is it? What do they look like? They're dressed like though? Does it look like leather coverings or is it like
No,
plate?
it's just all a very large robe that's kind of just like hiding the whatever's on. You don't know what's underneath 'cause it's a statue, obviously. So it's just a robe, and there's little druidic runes along the trim of the robes and along the trim of the hood and the sleeves and everything.
Okay. I'm gonna do one last, just kind of as we're talking and discussing what we're gonna do, and as we're resting, I want to do just one final sweep. I mean, it to Vox, I think it's a little unusual because where like all the statues and everything are druidic, it seems way more sophisticated than what a normal druid building looks like, right? Because they don't normally use stone inlay like this. They're much more nature, and they probably live like in trees and shit. So this seems almost
They
like
can be progressive druids.
neo druid to me. So I just want to do like one final sweep and make sure I'm convinced that it's a druidic building and see if there's anything we missed. Just
Sure,
looking
go ahead.
carefully along the brush and the trees.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
21.
21, along the rim of the well, you are able to notice, and you didn't notice this before because you were in the midst of battle, but now that the air has kind of subsided and cleared a little bit, you're able to see more of these druidic runes, sorry, etched into the diameter
Like
of
leading down.
the rim of the
Oh.
well. Yeah,
Okay.
and there's runes across the entire thing. Yeah, if you want to copy those, you can. I would say you're able to do so.
Okay.
You don't know what they mean yet, but you are able to copy them down successfully.
And Ragongar, you went down there, right? Did you get a pretty good look at what was down there?
I certainly did. Saw
Alright.
all the dead
And-
people and that dead thing, and I cut this part off over here and pull it out of my
Mhm.
bag and show it to you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Throw it back in the bag.
Yeah, and I would say that you would notice that there was probably like 25 years worth of just bones and remains and scraps down there, whereas a pretty substantial pile. I mean, as Ragongar was in there, everything had kind of been ground down to small, manageable pieces, but he was probably maybe like knee high in just bone and just digging around in there. So
And Ragongar's pretty big.
he's a big dude.
Okay. Well, being finally convinced that we probably thoroughly covered everything in this area, I think Vox is ready to settle down and just kind of take it easy for the night. I think he's probably going to like, I want to have like a pet play day kind of thing. So like I'm trying to convince Jinx and Gon, because Gon has Robbie, Jinx has her little Felipe mouse, and so I'm like, come on, let's let them play. And I pull out Javi the fat worm, and I just kind of let them, chill, and hopefully everybody lets their pets be on a play date.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, Felipe is so
Javi the
down.
fat worm, Javi probably has to kind of fight off Robbie sometimes because he's like trying to eat him and shit. But he's like, we're cool, we're cool.
Yeah, Felipe is a fighter. He's a strong little dude, and he has a little vest and a sombrero, and he has a little like needle as his little sword. And so
Wow.
he's
Does he have
he's a
boots too?
no, but I should find him some boots. But yeah, so he's down, and he's a little como se dice, like he's sassy little guy. So he's not very scared, and he knows I have his back, so he's down.
Cool. Yeah.
And I'm gonna roast up some of the game that we caught moving through the forest. I figure we probably caught a couple small animals or whatever, something we could eat.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean,
Good job today, guys. You guys killed it.
Nice.
Thanks,
GG's.
guys.
Killed it.
Great sesh, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good day.
Have a
Thanks,
good one,
everyone.
guys.
All right,
Have a
bye
good one.
everybody.
Bye.
Good game.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Julio's just gone.